Hey everyone, how are y'all? Hey Stone Gator, how are you? Hey White Widow baby. Hey Allison, how are you? Pickle Me Elmo, how are you tonight? Hey Perfect. Hey Michelle. All right, can everybody hear me good tonight? The amazing Tiff, how are you? Okay, good. Because I'm not on Chrome tonight. I'm on this other thing that Big Al told me about. Hey Shane, how are you? SoCal Gal and Laura, how are y'all tonight? Hey Musical. Hey K Mash, how are you? All right. Hey Moonville, hopefully tonight it will work good. Hey Renee. Werewolf Queen and Emerald Queen, how are y'all? Hey Vixen, hey Headphones, Banker Guy, how are you? Hey Susan, hey Ray. A warm afternoon in Melbourne. It was in the 70s today. It was actually nice here. Hey Dreamcatcher, Jim J, how are you? Vixen, are you doing good? Hey Deal, hey 9mm. Yeah, making a new video. New Orleans, how do people from Louisiana? Well, from my part of Louisiana, we just say New Orleans. RT, how are you? Hey Marissa. Yeah, RT, it seems like the late ones do better, but I do need to start doing some during the day though. Country Chickens, how are you? Hey Maria. Lawnmower Man, you doing all right tonight? Vixen, yes, I'm doing good. Hey Patriot. 9mm, your doctor's appointment went good today? Hey Evie, how are you? Oh, and you know what? Wait, what up, baby? I'm glad you threw the email thing up there because I completely forgot to add Nightbot to this search engine. So I'm glad it's doing good. Stone Gator, that's fine, honey. As long just you being here is good enough. Nadine, how are you? Hey, Kim. Hey, Just Ann. Mark, how are you doing? See, William the Troll from last night get the boot again in Pascal. Oh, wow. Thank you, Stone Gator. Yeah, just being here and hitting the thumbs up, that's good enough for me. Sam, too, how are you? So, Crime Crazy will be here, y'all, but she's going to be a little late. She's got some things going on. Hey, Mom Bear, how are you? Listening to your voice puts me to sleep. All right, that's fine. Hey, Mel, how are you? Philly Sports, you doing all right tonight? Hey, J-Rock. Oh, wait, did 9mm answer me back? I wanted to see what she said about her doctor's appointment. Oh, wait, here we go. I have some damaged steroids and have another 2 appointments set, but I can see. Well, 9mm, at least you can see. That's a good thing. Thank you, Country Chickens. Thank you, Dreamcatcher. Hey, Irene, how are you? Hey, Street Legal. Let's see. No, you're not late. I'm still saying hi to everyone. Uh, Okay, so wait, I'm late, and statistics show that chronic tardiness in elementary and middle school is linked to failure in high school. Thank God I'm 50 years old. Hey, Tara, how are you? And thank you. Oh, Mom Bear, wish your son a happy birthday from all of us, please. Living life with BB, how are you? Hey, Gigi. I'm trying to sleep. Soul's got doctor in the morning checkup, listening till I fall out. Okay, Gigi, that's fine, honey. Yeah, y'all all send birthday wishes to Mom Bear's son's birthday, or for his birthday. Hey, Crime Solver, how are you? Yeah, every time I see somebody put who said Kate in chat, I go looking for it, and I always forget that it's Irene. Hey, Vapor, how are you? Hey, Tree Baby. And thank you all for sending birthday wishes to her son. Oh, you've never had a birthday party? Well, Mal, when is your birthday? Thank you, Street Legal. August the 25th. Okay, well, I'm gonna write that down. So when August the 25th gets here, we'll all be here to celebrate your birthday with you. J-Rock, I can't. I can't wait. Hey, Yorkie Mama. I'm trying to figure out though if they're gonna live stream it. I haven't seen anywhere where it's been said that they are. Hey, Lights, how are you? Go back down the list here and real quick and make sure I haven't missed anyone. Okay, Emily Baker. Let me write that down. I've never heard of her. I know last time, JB with WFLA had put it out, there was a way that you could watch it, but I haven't seen them post anything either. Hey, Cheryl, Honda Civic, how are you? Hey, Peas in a Pod, are you feeling any better? Uh, let's see. I found out last couple of weeks Ted Bundy was unalive. Oh, GMJ, I remember we were talking about that, and his date of death was mentioned, and you had said that that was on your birthday. Okay, that's good, Peas in a Pod. Hold on one second, y'all. Okay. Okay, so inside courtroom will not be live, but camera will be filming it to broadcast after. Okay, thank you, J-Rock. Okay, I was just trying to find out because if they were gonna live stream it, I was gonna get up early in the morning and try to stream it as well, but if they're not going to, then I won't worry about getting up early. Cheryl, today is Mom Bear's son's 11th birthday. Hey, my Jay-Z, how are you? Hey, James, how are you? Uh, Gigi, you have a good night, honey. Big Al, how are you? Early, yeah, I mean, anything but three before 3 p.m. is early. And Big Al, you'll be happy to know that I did download the Brave web browser, and that's what I'm on right now. So far, it seems to be working good. Hey, Sean, how are you? So hopefully it will continue to work as good as it has most of today. It's actually really it's faster than what Chrome is. It hasn't froze up or anything on me. And I've literally went through everything that I usually do on a daily basis on here, and it hasn't froze up not one time. So thank you for telling me about it. Okay, just make sure I haven't missed anyone else. Yeah, I really appreciate that, Big Al, because I was seriously getting frustrated with just the whole internet thing. Vixen, you use it too? It's so far it's been awesome today. Hey, the suspect way, how are you? Jim J Brave is like it's like a search engine sort of like Google Chrome and Firefox and all that. Hey Jan, how are you? Yeah, I actually had to go to Chrome after I did my scheduled my live and everything, but I had to go back to Chrome in order to do my thumbnail because I couldn't remember my logins for Canva to do it on Brave, and it took forever to get Chrome to pull up. Oh, Dreamcatcher, if you do Brave, you'll like it. So far, like I said, it's working good. So, all right. Let's see, 12 minutes from now, Brave will be the thing everyone avoids. Hey, Harmony, how are you? Did I get your email? Let me look real quick. Mm, hmm. Wait, I think this is it. Okay, more okay, so yeah, I see it on here, Carrie. I just haven't had a chance to go through all of my emails. Like I got through some of them late last night. I've still got one. I got Marissa's Girly Girls, like Sinful Butterflies sent me some stuff, so I still got a few more that I got to get through. But I did see that it was about the visual snow thing, which is pretty interesting. Lawnmower Man, yeah, he was, "Hey, guilty till proven innocent, how are you?" But, yeah, Lawnmower Man, he actually talked to his neighbor about the murders. So I'm actually gonna show that first. It's an article, it's not very long. "Hey, the post office prince, how are you?" "Must have got lost, how are you?" Yeah, am I gonna cover any of the Ann Walsh case? J-Rock, if I can get enough sleep at night to where I don't have to sleep all day and I can do it live during the day, then yeah, I would like to cover it too. Hey Ken, how are you? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, Harmony, I did get it. Thank you. Yeah, they said that her husband had was classified as a was it a sociopath? I think is what it was. Wait, oh no, I missed an email from a Nigerian prince. You know that's a scam, Big Al. Okay, so let's see how this thing works, y'all. Hold on, I gotta get my thing pulled up on my phone. Mm, Dreamcatcher, I saw where they had found all the stuff at the dump site close to his mom's house. Okay, Werewolf Queen, I'll check it in just 1 second. Wait, little baby, if you need to go out and then come back in, that's fine. Wait, Vixen, am I robotic? Hey, Brooklyn. Some of y'all suffer from low self-esteem. I said thank you. Oh well, Mel, that's something bad for a doctor to say. Mm, we had to get in the car. Okay, the audio's good. Okay. All right, so let me get through this real quick. It says the neighbor of Brian Kohberger says the suspect talked about the Idaho student murders. Like this dude just really, like he talks to the police. Um, he talks to his neighbor about it, but then whenever he gets in class and they go to talking about it, he has really nothing to say. All right, so a neighbor of Brian Kohberger's in Pullman, Washington, said that the suspect in the murder of the four University of Idaho students spoke to him about the killings days after they occurred. The neighbor asked not to be identified. He brought it up in a conversation, and the neighbor exclusively told CBS News on Wednesday. He asked if I had heard about the murders, which I did, and then he said, "Yeah, it seems like that they have no leads. It seems like it was a crime of passion." Okay. Hey, El Guapo, I'm doing good. How are you? So at the time of our conversation, it was only a few days after it happened, so there wasn't much details out, the neighbor added. The search warrant for Kohberger's apartment in Pullman, Washington has been temporarily sealed by an Idaho judge. The judge said that the details could prematurely end the investigation and create a threat to public safety. I'm hoping that whenever they unseal this warrant for his apartment and all that, I'm hoping that they explain what that means about the it could create a threat to public safety. Kohberger is charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of the students Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan, who were stabbed at the women's off-campus rental home in Moscow, Idaho. Few details were released about the investigation into the murders until after Kohberger was arrested at his family home in Pennsylvania in late December, more than a month after the November 13th murders. An affidavit detailing how police tracked down the suspect was unsealed after he was extradited to Idaho. Kohberger is set to appear in court on Thursday. University of Idaho students are returning to class for the first time since Kohberger's arrest. Many, like Madeline Pollock, are expressing relief. I was glad to see that a lot of the cops around, just in case something did happen, they would be there, she said, but it just feels very relieving knowing he's behind bars. And hey, B, how are you? Um, Ethan's family, his parents, put out a statement that I'm gonna read here in just a few minutes as well. They actually took Ethan's the triplets, Hunter and Maisie, they actually took them back and dropped them off at the university to go back for the spring semester, which I know has gotta be hard, going back, um, not having Ethan there. So I'm gonna read that here in just a few minutes as well. Okay. All right. Hold on. I've got several different things I need to get through so I can exit off all these little tabs on here. Okay. All right. Let me get into Facebook because I want to go ahead and read that. It's pretty sad, but at the same time, it's we got to keep them in our prayers, y'all. Like all of these families, especially tomorrow. I don't know if which families are going to be in the courtroom, but they still need prayers. I don't know what that is. All right. Hold on. Let me move all my stuff around real quick. All right. Okay. Okay. Let me get this pulled up and I'm gonna read this. What the heck? All right. I'm just trying to move everything around on my screen real quick, y'all. And I almost ended the broadcast. How many times a day are they going to catch them? Let's see, looking at the house. Wait, they broke catch who looking at what house? White Widow Baby, I almost did it. Like I almost hit that button by accident. N Emerald Queen, I wouldn't have either. Like them, they've got to be. That's got to be some strong kids right there. All right, I don't know if y'all can see this. I've zoomed in as much as it'll allow me to. Let's see. Did y'all see Nancy Grace in her card table outside the house? No, Marissa, I didn't see that. Wait for the baby. It's because I had something pulled up over top of it, and when I went to moving stuff around, I accidentally hit it. All right, so this is from Stacy Chapin, which is Ethan's mom. She says that we have spent the last 8 weeks, besides the obvious, focused on Maisie and Hunter. Cards, talks, walks, hikes, tears, you name it. Yesterday, we successfully dropped them back off at the University of Idaho. Hunter was very glad to be back at the fraternity, and Maisie was warming up to the idea, but it was so good to hear all of her girls squeal with delight upon seeing her. But can y'all imagine, y'all, Hunter going back to Sigma Chi and Ethan is not there with him? That's got to be hard. So it did this mama's heart good to hear. The support from the University of Idaho and the MPD ISP has been profound. Maisie and Hunter are rock stars and we couldn't be more proud of them. Their job now is just to be kids. Start where they left off, keep goals and aspirations in mind. For an update, anything we or Ethan had is now frozen with the defense. For us, it involves two vehicles, Eve's belongings, and a nice set of golf clubs. We've met with prosecutors, handled media inquiries, hopefully respectfully, managed, grieved, talked, and continue to try and process our new normal. However, nothing has changed. We spend no time being angry. That would be energy not well spent, and it still wouldn't change the outcome. We have to look ahead. What we've confirmed, Ethan is who he was because of our family. His foundation was unwavering. He was so loved he didn't know any different. He was profoundly supported, and our family of 5 was different than others. Okay, y'all, hold on, I gotta go up. And so, very special. He loved unconditionally. He was loyal to all, and he was inclusive, carefree, happy, and just the best person that you could ever meet. The stories are endless and amazing. He touched lives that we had no idea existed. Ethan was incredible. We did a great job. We will still do a great job. And as always, we are eternally grateful to so many of you. We can't possibly reply to all of your notes, but we read them all, and your kindness and support means the world to us. And I shall allow the memories to prod me and to do better with all the things still living. That was a statement by Nicholas P. Waltersdorf. Hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly. And then it says Jim and Stacy, which is Ethan's parents. So it's sad, but it also lets us know, they still haven't got the kids' vehicles back because the red Jeep was Ethan and Hunter's, and then the black SUV that was towed away from the house. Hey, Vaughn, how are you? Was Maisie's vehicle. They haven't got those back. Hey, Wobby, so nosy, how are you? They still haven't got those back. We did see the golf clubs that was taken out of the house whenever they were moving the personal belongings. Um, they did. I guess they haven't got those back either. Okay, so I tell you one thing, there is no forgiveness for me to BK if you took my daughter, Sean. I can't blame you. I don't think I would be able to sit in the courtroom with him. I really don't. Like, just for those families to be able to do that, it just shows how strong they are, honestly. Okay. Hold on one second, y'all. I gotta mark everything off of my list because if I don't, I get all messed up. All right. Forgiveness isn't about the other person, no, it's about releasing the hate. Yeah, that is true too, though, peas in a pod. Like, I get where you and Sean both are coming from. Wait, this is not what I wanted, y'all. Give me a second. Yeah, why be so nosy? Yeah, I couldn't imagine, honestly. It's it's just it's a horrible thing. Okay. Okay, so this is another thing where Bryan cannot keep his mouth shut. Okay, let me get this pulled up. I mean, honestly, like I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. The pain of losing a child. It's a horrible feeling. Okay. He did it for the attention. I'm telling you, he's getting off on it. I think he wanted to get caught. Oh, he's for sure getting off on it. Like he is just like he's loving this for sure. Like I don't really know. I mean, I see the point of where he might have wanted to get caught because if you get caught, you get more attention. Like you're thrown out into the spotlight. What else was someone make so many mistakes? I mean, I just can't believe this dude. He's so dumb. Like, does that make sense? Like, it's just don't get it. Don't forget he's now got access to so much research in jail. Yeah, I mean, he's gonna be able to keep up with everything. If he's talking to his family on the phone, they're letting him know what's going on. His attorney is letting him know what's going on. You know, I don't think they can stop his mail from coming in or him sending mail out. They can read it, of course, but I don't think they can stop it. So that is like another thing, like people, he's gonna get shit tons of attention from this. All right, so let's play this real quick. This is only 5 minutes, so I'm gonna mute out as it's playing.
Spoken with that public defender who represented Kohberger immediately after his arrest. What have you learned?
Yeah, this was interesting actually, because last time we saw the public defender in Pennsylvania, Jason Labar, he was with Kohberger in court. I was in the courtroom, but he had not seen the 18-page probable cause. So now he has. I asked him what he thought about it, and he says he thinks there are holes in the probable cause. He is questioning the phone pings. He says that those pings are not specific GPS coordinates, and he says the defense can have a field day with those pings, calling them out. He is also questioning the description of Kohberger from the surviving roommate. That description that she says was, the man who is about 6 feet tall and the bushy eyebrows. He says it's just not specific enough. And then I asked him about the statement. Remember that statement that he initially put out right after Kohberger was arrested? Very interesting. Kohberger had a lot to do with that statement. Listen to what he told me. The statement that you released from Kohberger, where he, said that he was innocent, essentially, did you write the statement with him? I don't know if you can share how that statement came about.
The statement came about Friday night when I talked to him, and then I went out to the jail at 5 o'clock. I know there was a lot of people, a lot of news media outlet at the jail at that time, but I knew it was dark out, so I could essentially sneak in under the cover of dark and be able to talk to him without anyone knowing that I was actually there. And I spoke to him for about an hour. I let him know about the statement, that I wanted to get a statement out there because with all of the news media, I knew there was going to obviously be issues as far as him receiving potentially a fair trial, people jumping to conclusions. Automatically you worry about the presumption of innocence and the integrity of the criminal justice system. So I said, Bryan, is it okay if we get a statement out? And that's when he brought up the eager to be exonerated language. And obviously that was included in the statement.
So that was him. That was him who wanted to put that in.
The eager to be exonerated was the language he used. We put it in the statement. But obviously when I talked to him about the eager to be exonerated, to me, when we talked about it, it was more or less he was asserting innocence, but that's the language he used.
So very interesting, Ashley, that Bryan Kohberger, is the one who came up with those words, eager to be exonerated. Mr. Labar also said he does not believe that Kohberger can get a fair trial here in Moscow, Idaho. He believes that this trial will likely eventually be moved to another jurisdiction.
Well, I think Mr. Labar, it brings up a very good point. This is the kind of thing we have to deal with every time there's a high-profile crime and a high-profile defendant. Every time we've covered a Casey Anthony or an O.J. Simpson or a Jodi Arias, there's the issue of how to pick a jury where everybody knows everything about the case. And by the way, you can. Because they all had fair juries. They all found juries in those cases. So it will be difficult, granted. So I wanted to ask you a little bit about this hearing tomorrow. It's so hard, Bryan, to find out any information with the gag order. But we do know one thing, and I don't know if it's telling, they had to move the time. Was there some security issue or some particular reason why all of a sudden the docket changed and the time for his appearance changed?
It's a good question, and you mentioned it. Because of the gag order, we can't call up the defense, or we can't call up the prosecutor. We can't even call up the police. None of them are allowed to talk to us. But yes, it's now been moved to 8 a.m. We're told by the courts, they actually put out a release today saying that they believe that it will be short and mainly focused on scheduling. Likely both sides are going to talk about when exactly they want to have a preliminary hearing.
So maybe that's the reason that Steve and Christy Gonzalez, as News Nation learned exclusively tonight, are not going to be in that courtroom. They're going to follow this by Zoom. I think, thank God for them, the overwhelming emotion that it takes just to get dressed in the morning, that you have to look across the courtroom at the man who's accused of killing your baby. So the curiosity of the 8 a.m., it's such a small courtroom. And last time there was this long line. I saw you and so many other journalists. And then there's the public. It's a public process. Do we know if the public's going to be let in again, or if they're going to have to do a huge organized, line to pick the first 10 and that's it?
Yeah, it seems the public will be let in. You mentioned it. There were just two women I just met out here right before your show started who said they're going to be here tomorrow morning trying to get in the courtroom. I'll probably get here at least 2 hours early to line up because there was such a long line last time. And it's a small place. I mean, it's a small jail and it's a small courtroom, so they can only let in so many people.
Thank you for watching. Go to News.
Okay, so that's interesting. So Kaylee's family will not be there. Karen, how are you? But that's got to be stressful on them. But I am wondering though if Joe is going to make it in the courtroom, since they're saying that the public is going to be let in since the other night. Hopefully, he will come in tonight if he's able to. Hey, Aaron, how are you? Hopefully, he'll come in chat for a little bit. To be, I don't know. They're saying that if that search warrant for his apartment is unsealed, then it can prematurely end the investigation and cause a threat to the public and the police. I don't know if that's because, yeah, I can slow it. I don't know if that's because it names like the witnesses, their addresses, like personal information for the witnesses, which would be the two surviving roommates, the different family members, uh, law enforcement who were involved in it. I'm wondering if it's because of all of that. But I do hope that whenever they unseal it, that they explain that. All right. 1 second. I'm fixing to go in and slow it down real quick. Okay. All right. Let me know if that's good enough, White Widow Baby. Okay. He must have Ellie info and students info from being a TA. That could be it too, Marissa. Okay. All right. Wait. I need to delete this email. Okay. All right. Is it good now? White Widow Baby? If not, I can slow it down a little bit more. Hey, Mar, how are you? Okay. All right. So if you need it any slower, just let me know. Okay. Let's see what this one is. All right. So this is from Dan Abrams. Did Idaho suspects study criminology to learn how to commit a crime? I have to say, y'all, I'm loving this Brave search engine. It is literally going smooth. Wait, I didn't. Small town girl, how are you? Okay. Okay, it's a video of her interacting with the police about a noise complaint. Yeah, I do remember watching that, Big Al. I believe that was like either the day she got there, or moved into the house, or like a day after or something like that, I believe. Sweet Rose, how are you? Okay, what am okay, I just forgot what I was doing here for a second. Hey, Shelly, how are you? And Shelly says, hey, folks, newbie here. Well, Shelly, thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us. We're glad to have you here. Cricket Moon, how are you? All right. Let's go ahead and play this one. Like I said, this is from Dan Abrams, and it's only 4 minutes, a little over 4 minutes.
Have fit into all of this. Joining me now is criminologist and author Michael Arnfield. Michael, thank you very much for coming on the program. Appreciate it. All right, so there was an op-ed piece, for example, in the New York Times of a criminologist basically saying, don't blame criminology here. That's a very different thing. You agree with that?
I do. I first of all, criminology is a highly theoretical, model-based approach to understanding the origins of crime. I know of no traditional criminology program, and this is one of them. I looked into this, that offers, for instance, practical homicide investigation or common forensic countermeasures. I mean, this isn't a place where you go, particularly at that level, to school yourself on how to get away with murder, to quote the television network series that a lot of people seem to be drawing perhaps influence from and coming to this conclusion.
What do you make, though, of the possibility that the motive was, and putting aside criminology for a moment, just to try to create the perfect crime?
Well, Dan, as you've correctly pointed out, this is the antithesis of the perfect murder in terms of the mistakes made, thankfully. We can only speculate as to motive at this point. I mean, clearly, and this has been mentioned before, whether or not there's a direct connection, this may end up being what's known as a targeted stranger attack, meaning one or more of the victims was on his radar. They may not have known it. And whether this was a thrill-seeking exercise on his part, really, I mean, we're hearing that, like a lot of, quite frankly, people in academic life, he thrived on needing to know or be affirmed as being the smartest man in the room. I mean, did that narcissism play into this? It's likely a factor. Clearly, he has an underlying interest in this type of stuff. Now, whether that was born out of his study of criminology or he was attracted to criminology by dint of pre-existing interest in murder and mayhem, this will all come out. I would be particularly interested, actually, in and these will be accessible at some point, having a look at the papers that he's written. What were sort of his areas of undergraduate and then graduate interest and speciality? And is there some intersectionality there? Is
there a fear among you or others in your field that the field of criminology will now be stigmatized?
That initially did occur to me when this was announced, that there would be, rightly or wrongly, a nexus drawn by the media between what he was studying and, of course, these horrible crimes. I mean, but if you think back, the last PhD mass murderer was, of course, James Holmes outside of Aurora, Colorado, the Batman shooter. No one drew connections to his study in neuroscience to the crime. I mean, it's strictly by virtue of unfortunate coincidence that he happened to be in this program that I think now people are going to say, well, everyone studying criminology at that level must have some ulterior motive, and that's simply not the case.
And here's the good news. The good news for your field is that there are a lot of his fellow classmates came out and spoke, and they all seemed to be interesting folks who were fascinated by the field rather than potential murderers.
Precisely.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Michael, for coming on the show. Really appreciate it. Because look, this is a story that still has a lot of questions. And yes, we're expecting this big hearing tomorrow. We'll certainly be covering it. But the most important question may have been answered already as to who done it. One more still exists. Why? That does it for us tonight, Dan. That starts now. Thank you for.
Okay. Somebody had just asked a question in chat, and I tried to stop it so I could remember it. Now I don't know where it went. Okay. See if I can find it real quick. Okay, I guess not. Hey, Gigi, how are you? Princess Megan, how are you? Hey, Rogue Mama. All right, so yeah, he just asked, is the criminology departments or the people who go into criminology, is that going to give them like a bad name now because of this dude here? Which I would hope that it doesn't. Brandon, no, I have not. All right, let me just catch back up in chat real quick. I want to make sure that I haven't missed anyone. Okay, criminology is like sociology, very high level social aspects of unemployment drug use. Well, I mean, I would hope that it wouldn't keep people from wanting to go into that field. All right, now I need to delete this email. Y'all, Troll has sent me so many emails. Oh my gosh, of stuff to show y'all tonight. Hold on one second, y'all. Okay. Troll is saying that we did watch the movie, and El Guapo, thank you so much for gifting the memberships. That was very nice of you. Thank you. But yeah, Troll is saying that we did watch Blackbird. I'm not good with movie titles. I just know if I've seen it before. So, oh, he's saying it's a series. You know, Balls, that the shooting that happened over by the Washington State University. You know that guy? Remember that the police had to take out or whatever. I'm trying to watch what I'm saying here. Do y'all remember that he had an address over in Moscow, right there on Taylor Avenue? So I'm wondering if him and this Bryan dude, if they've got, if they're connected somehow. Hey, Wolfpack, how are you? Okay, y'all remember the PCA's Marco, and we're all trying to fill in the holes to get Marco. Robin, that whole PCA, like there's so many holes in it. Okay, so car footage, oh shit, cam footage of car. Better show plate and clear video showing him driving the car or leaves room for a reasonable doubt. Yeah, I mean, peace in a pot. They literally came out and said it had an unknown plate. Deetra, PCA is a probable cause affidavit. But yeah, I mean, he can just, they said it had an unknown plate. They never said that they saw who was in it or anything like that. Even after he was arrested, they never came out and said that it was him driving the car, just that they found a white Hyundai Elantra, a 2015 Hyundai Elantra at his parents' house, and we did see it on body cam footage of him driving it. But they kept coming out saying that they were looking for a 2011 to 2013. And they're saying that somewhere among all of this that they're coming out with all these new articles since he has been arrested, that it's been said that the police changed it and made it from a 2011 to a 2016 that they were looking for. Still beer, strong jello shots, and chaos. The neighborhood looks like a solid party spot. I mean, Big Al, if you remember that one that you were telling me that you just downloaded, that body cam footage, like they literally went over to Jack D's house first, or the house that I don't know if he was living there at the time, but at that house that he was living in, and then walked from there up to Kaylee and them's house because of all the loud music and stuff. El Guapo, I appreciate that. That was very nice of you. Okay, so I needed to delete that one because Troll sent me one that was something totally different than what we're talking about tonight. His lawyer's really tough on Moscow, Ellie. Just saying, you're talking about Brian's current uh, attorney, Ann Taylor. Hey, Susie, how are you? Okay. Oh, someone was asking a minute ago about the gag order. That's what I'd seen. Um, the guy that he had, the attorney he had in Pennsylvania, I'm wondering if he was also in part of included in the gag order. Hey, King Scarlet, how are you? Brandon, yeah, I've heard that as well. Okay, so it was you that had asked. I'm wondering if that's because of it being out of the state of Pennsylvania. I mean, I would think that it would because he has knowledge to the case. So I would think that he would have been included in it. But I mean, this dude is talking like he's not included in it. Okay, so J Rock is saying no because he resides in Pennsylvania. Okay, thank you, J Rock. But I would have thought, though, he would have been because of, him having not a lot of knowledge of it, but some knowledge. Hey, Doug, how are you? So glad that you're alive, having a terrible day. Boyfriend broke up with me, and your voice channel always soothes me. Thank you. Oh, Doug, I'm so sorry to hear that, but we're happy to have you here with us. All right, let me get to my next one. So why didn't Brian paint his lunch after being spotted? I don't know. Teacher, I don't know. Some people were saying that like he wanted to get caught. Like I mean, to me, and this is just my opinion, the two body cam footages that we seen where he was pulled over, he didn't even really look like he was scared. He had that look on his face when he looked at his dad. Like, Dad, you're saying too much. You need to shut up. But as far as him having interaction with the police and all that, he really didn't seem like he was that scared. And Cricket Moon, that could have something to do with why the search warrant was sealed also. Hey, Vivian, how are you? See, burner phones and gift cards. I know now BK ordered the DoorDash per Crime Circus. I did see that today, that they're thinking that maybe he had ordered it, and then the reason why he was driving back and forth was to wait for the DoorDash guy to leave, and then he was gonna try to pin it on the DoorDash delivery guy. She didn't take the food in her room, just to the table. Yeah, she didn't know who it was or who it was from, and took it straight into the kitchen. I mean, that makes sense. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna grab this real quick. This is from Bryan Inton. He's just talking about what to expect from Thursday's hearing. So, and it's just like a little over a minute long, so it's not long at all. Okay, and the audio has been good on this, right? All these different videos that I've been playing, like they haven't lagged or anything. Robin, he's really good. I really like his videos. Yeah, the drink was from Starbucks, or it was in a Starbucks uh, glass. Uh, Wait, little baby, do I need to slow the chat down again? Hey, Doreen, how are you? Okay, audio is perfect. Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure. Troll, you want me to slow it down? Hold on, let me slow it down a little bit more. Give me just a second. Candy, how are you? All right. Hey, Running Bear, how are you tonight? All right, y'all, give me a second. I'm gonna go in here and slow it down a little bit more for them. Thank you, Werewolf Queen. I'm just glad it hasn't been lagging or anything tonight. Okay. Let's see. Did you hear about the Reddit post predicting the accurate details of the murders? A lot more, man. I know that there was some Reddit posts, and then I believe there was some on 4chan also. Like, there's been several different accounts um, of like different things that this guy or this person who is making these posts have said. Like, uh, the just different details. Okay, thank you, Lawnmower Man. I'll have to check it out here in just a second. Okay, what am I? Oh, I gotta pull this up in another thing. Let's see. None of this is a little bit. Troll, you'll get used to it.
Hey everybody, this is Bryan Enton in Moscow, Idaho. Wanted to give you an update on the court hearing that will be happening on Thursday. It's going to be at 8 in the morning, and we are told that it's expected to be relatively short, and they are mainly going to talk about scheduling. They're going to be talking about scheduling a preliminary hearing. Now, first of all, there's a possibility that the defense could waive the preliminary hearing, so that could happen. But if the defense doesn't do that, both sides are going to come up with a date and time that works for them, where they will set the preliminary hearing. And it's at the preliminary hearing that could be really something, because we expect to hear more evidence if that hearing happens. And they could also call witnesses. So we could possibly hear from the surviving roommate who was in the house behind me, who told police that she actually saw the killer. That person could be called to the stand up at a preliminary hearing. Cameras will be allowed inside the courtroom. So we will have video. We'll be able to show you video of what happened inside, but they're not allowing a live stream. So we won't be able to put that video out until after the hearing happens. Also new here in Moscow, classes have officially started at the University of Idaho. They were out on winter break. They officially started on Wednesday. Students just seem relieved. There were more students walking around. People felt safer, they told us, but there is still this deep sense of sadness, as you can imagine, because so many people on the campus knew one of the victims. And it's obviously going to take a very, very long time for people to heal. So we'll obviously have the latest from here. We'll be at the hearing, we'll be inside, and we'll let you know what happened.
Okay, well, they won't be live streaming it, but we'll get to watch it afterwards, so that's a good thing. Unsolved Cases, how are you? J-Rock, everybody who has their name in green are members of the channel, and then the blue names are all of my mods. So they're saying it's going to be short tomorrow. I don't know what they would consider short. Hopefully Joe will be able to get in. That would be awesome if he was able to. Let's see. So will we get? Yeah, Vivian will get information about what happened during the trial, but we won't get it until after the trial is over with, or the hearing, or whatever they're calling it. Because they're not going to allow it to be live streamed, so we won't know anything until after it's over with. And J-Rock, all you got to do is click on the membership link right here. Nightbot just dropped it. And then you can just join from there. Okay, what is this guy? Hold on, I gotta see what this is. Okay. All right, Big Al. I'm fixing to play a video. I know you're not gonna like it, but I'm sorry. It's Joe Jobati. I know, Irene. We're talking about Joe Hart that had been coming up on panel with me a couple of different times. He actually went out to Idaho. Yes, it's Cuomo. It's only a little over 5 minutes. That's it. I'm sorry. But this is talking about, it's the Idaho killings. Was it obsessional or aspirational crime? And I know a lot of people don't. You're welcome, Irene. I know a lot of people don't like Cuomo, but I mean, News Nation has a lot of really, really good information. Hey, Carrie. And that's why I play a lot of their stuff. So I know y'all don't, some of y'all, I'm sorry, y'all. I really am, but it's only 5 minutes, I promise. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and mute out while this one is playing.
And I've been doing this a long time, and I understand that one of the scariest things about when we're unfolding a horrible murder is when the accused or the convicted or both looks normal, seems to have led a normal life until this horrible thing. And that idea, that contrast of, well, they look like us, but how could they have done something that we could never even conceive of doing? But the secret is, it's not how you look on the outside, it's what's going on the inside that makes the person and their capabilities. Now, I know this from the master, a man you're about to meet, who has consulted and testified regarding some of the biggest murder cases we've had. And I can't wait to hear what this forensic psychiatrist says about what he sees in the Idaho murder crime scene, the circumstances, and in the accused. Welcome to Dr. Michael Wellner. It's good to see you again, Doc.
Hi, Chris. Good to see you. Happy New Year.
Thank you very much. Happy New Year. Best to you and the family. And thank you for helping us on this one. Where do you want to begin about what you find of interest in this situation?
I think you have to, first of all, there are ambiguities about the evidence. But if we talk about the accused, and we've now shifted from a whodunit to a whydunit, the best place to start is what you know. And what you know are 4 victims, 1 person skipped, and apparently no relationship between the accused and the victims. Those are 3 very important facts. If you could look at it at first blush and say that it's a mass homicide and be expecting to find the qualities of an accused, of a perpetrator of a mass homicide. And yet, what you pointed out in your introduction, he's a lot more functional than the dead enders that are often organizing their lives around the spectacle. So we're at a fork in the road to say, was this a crime of obsession or aspiration? I think from a forensic psychiatric standpoint, for us together, this is a good way to approach what we don't know about this yet. Was it obsession of a person who long nursed a desire to experience killing, a compulsion to kill that festered and eventually that he acted on? Or was this an aspiration of someone who wanted to kill a number of people and to create a spectacle crime? Those are two very different paths, and yet here we are with an outcome of 4 tragically murdered victims. And yet we don't even know how it ended up as 4. This may just have been with one person in particular being targeted and others also killed because they may have stood in the way of his escape, or they may have been there. So there are just so many different things that remain yet to be resolved. But as I see it, the why done it begins with obsession versus aspiration. The two very different vectors and vehicles of crime.
And when you look at what feeds the two different vectors, the crime scene itself, the multiplicity of stab wounds, the goriness of it, as described from the coroner, what does that suggest?
Well, mass killers don't often use a knife and don't often abuse and wound the victims to the degree that at least has been implied to us. However, we also don't know what degree of struggle was involved with each of the confrontations. So there's quite a bit of ambiguity. In mass killings, there's very little effort devoted by the killer to thinking about what happens after the fact. And in this case, we know at least the accused remained in the area, but there were a number of efforts, at least that police are saying, that prosecutors are saying, that he undertook in order to avoid detection. And that's the kind of thing that one would expect of an obsessional killer, of somebody who was acting on a drive, and maybe with an idea to be able to do it again in the future. So I think that the things that we need to, there's so many questions that have yet to be informed, but I think that if this accused is responsible, the most important data point that we're going to learn is when it started, where it started, how it started, and how it worked its way through him and his thinking and his actions and his choices until it culminated. And why these victims?
Hey, thank you for watching. Please go to newsnationnow.com.
All right. Okay, so which one do y'all think he would classify under? Obsessional or aspirational? I guess me of us, BK sees it as a sport. Okay, I'm just checking the chat real quick. El Guapo, yeah, I agree. He really does. Peas and Pod, do you think both? A Honda Civic, no, I'm talking about Bryan Kohberger. Sparky Bait. Okay. Let's see. A lot of people are saying both. Some are saying, see, aspirational, obsessed. I'm just curious to know why it was this house and these victims. Hey, Turquoise, how are you? Look who his teacher and PA was. Okay. All right. I mean, I don't know. This dude is just almost, I don't know if he's hard to read or if he's just, I don't know. Let's see. I don't think this was his first. Gigi, I don't think it was either. Peas in the pod, do you think it was the house number? I've seen somebody else say that. Hey, Tech Death, how are you? That it was something to do. Okay, so the day of the murders, his birthday, um, the the house number. It was like there was like a whole hey Jen, a whole thing that I seen. I believe it was on Twitter that somebody had posted of all these different numbers. Like there was 4 victims total, but there's 2 groups of 2. Hey, Linda G, how are you? El Guapo, he really is. Like you look at his face and you can't tell if he's upset because he got caught or if he's trying to hold back a smile because he's loving the attention, which obviously I 100% believe he's loving the attention. But I would think that he would be upset as well that he got caught. I think he killed the older couple in Idaho. Wait, Brandon, which older couple in Idaho? Okay, his motive was to be in the textbooks that he. Oh, Jen, that's a good theory. Hey, Scott, how are you? All right, so Scott says he saw something suggesting that it could be linked to the sorority too, but who knows? I don't know. Hey, millennials. It was his first, and he was obsessed with either Kaylee or Maddie, and you can tell in his track record of following women. Yeah, there was because the way I was reading the tweet that was put out, it was like the main numbers in all of the numbers is 1, 2, and 3. 11. The murders happened on 11/13. His birthday was 11/21. The number of the house was 11/22. The house that had the cameras on it, they were saying was 11/12. Like all the numbers, honey, how are you? The all of the numbers that's involved in it is only 1, 2, and 3, and that's it. And then you've got like I said, there was 4 victims, but there was 2 sets of 2s. You had Kaylee and Maddie together in a room, and then you had Ethan and Xana together in a room. And then there was the 2 surviving roommates. True crime sleuthing, how are you? Okay, roommate layout, 1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 2. Yeah. And then there was something about, the house, like it was 3 floors, but it was 2 sections of a house, like the front section and then the back section. Like, there was several different things that, hey, JB, how are you? That they had outlined, and none of them really go over the number 3 except for the fact that there was 4 victims. But then, like I said, they explain it as being 2 sets of 2 instead of 4 victims. Okay, so today a doctor called him a hedonic. I lost the chat. Hold on, I lost a comment. Let's see. Killer for pleasure and oh wow. Okay. Okay. All right, let me go grab this other one that White Widow Baby sent me today. This is actually uh Maddie's dad uh speaks. Let me find it. Oh my god, that was loud. Hold on. Okay, so this one is from Good Morning America, and is his name George Stephanopoulos? So we ain't got no more Cuomo for tonight, y'all. Okay. Doug, thank you for becoming a member and welcome to the family. Let's see. I think since he has gone through this exact scenario so much in his mind that his calmness and lack of being surprised by anything makes him hard to read. That could be it. Hey, Crime Crazy. Did y'all hear that where whenever he, on the plane ride back to Idaho, he had, he had talked to the police, said that it was sad what had happened to the girls and to the students or whatever. And then the police said that while he was on the plane ride, like he kept saying, This is okay. Something about to the effect of this is normal, something like that. I wondered if he was saying that because was he scared of the plane ride, or was it him reassuring himself that everything that's going on, all these steps that's being taken as far as him like being arrested, charged, court, extradited, all this and that, he's reassuring himself that all of that is a normal process. And Deidre, that's what I was thinking. Maybe he was scared of flying and he was, just reassuring himself that everything's going to be okay. But uh, I was thinking also that maybe he was like reassuring himself, and then Marissa saying that's self-soothing. So he might have just been, maybe he was second guessing everything. Maybe it was playing back in his mind everything that had happened and everything that was going on, and he's just letting himself know that this is a normal process. Okay, this is the finals exam. He diligently studied enough to ace it. It's almost like a game to him. Okay, so Dreamcatcher says she heard that he was afraid to fly. That could have been it. You know. Okay. And so he was also playing CEO. He knew cops were watching him and listening. Yeah, I don't know if I'm sure that would be something that comes out in the trial too. Hey Tonka, how are you? See the ladder, he's walking through the steps of the investigation. So basically letting himself know that everything that it has happened, that is currently happened, and then what will be happening in the future is a normal process. Let's see, his eyes do dart around, which is the only tell I see him have. Intelligence, here we go. Okay. All right. So it was a very small plane. Yeah, a Dreamcatcher. Yeah, it was super small. It was like a single engine. I believe it was 10 hours total of in the air. It took forever. I was tracking the flight. Oh my gosh. Literally just when they took off in Rapid City, from Rapid City over to the airport, the Pullman airport took forever. Did y'all read the message Ethan's mom put out? Yes, Mar, I read it just a little while ago where she was talking about that they had just dropped off Hunter and Maisie back at the university, and um, they're still like they still haven't even got uh their vehicles back. Hunter and Maisie haven't. It's still tied up with the whole investigation and everything. Hold on one second. Okay. Thank you, White Little Baby, because Lord knows I don't like that number, and there's nothing funny about this case. So I don't know why they had to come in laughing. That is just mm. Okay. All right. So let me make sure this is the right video I've got of her. Yes, it is of her dad talking. Thank you, White Little Baby. That's literally there's nothing funny, but If he'd had a different name, he might have gotten timed out, and that would have been it. But that name, I don't like that. See, new account to January the 8th. Oh, well, I could only imagine who that could be then. Cause, how are you? All right, so I'm gonna play this. This is talking about, it's just new details of the Idaho College murders, but it does have Maddie's dad. He's in it speaking as well, telling how Maddie, like the type of person that she was. Hey, Fern, how are you? Oh, wait, maybe I need to share my page first, y'all. One second. Simple Butterfly, I don't think that was his sister. I think it's just somebody who looked like her. And honestly, I don't think that the the courts would allow his family at all to be at the crime scene or have anything to do with this case. Even if she come in and said that she was his counselor or whatever, I still don't think that they would allow it. I think that would be like a huge conflict of interest. And her sitting there with a camera being his sister, I don't see that happening. I think that that is someone who is like his attorney's assistant or something like that. I mean, she did look like her, but I don't think that's her. All right, let's play this now.
Now to the Idaho College murders investigation. Bryan Kohberger, the suspect, is due in court tomorrow as students return to classes, and investigators share new details about what he was doing before his arrest. Mola Lengi joins with the details. Good morning, Mola.
Well, good morning, George. Those new details are shedding light on how investigators say they were able to link Kohberger, the 28-year-old PhD student, directly to the crime scene and the murder weapon. This morning, as the suspect accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students prepares to head back to court, new details emerging about Bryan Kohberger's actions before his arrest. ABC News learning from a law enforcement source that federal investigators observed him in Pennsylvania around 4 a.m. as he discarded garbage in his neighbor's trash bin just days before his arrest. Trash ending up being key in the case. Police linking Kohberger to the murders by collecting his father's DNA from trash outside the family home and matching that to DNA they say they discovered on the button snap of a knife sheath that was on the bed next to the body of victim Madison Mogen.
If I had 1 or 2 words to describe Maddie May, it would be just an angel, and that she just made me proud.
Ben Mogen speaking about his daughter Madison to ABC News and describing the moment law enforcement told him they'd made an arrest in the case.
And he said, "Ben, this is the day that we've been waiting for."
Ben also describing his emotions while reading the evidence law enforcement say they had gathered against Kohberger.
I broke down, and I just cried. I could only take so much of that, and I just I cried. I still haven't read the rest of it.
The police affidavit claiming investigators believe the 4 college students were killed between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. They say one of the surviving roommates was awake at the time of the murders and told police she witnessed the intruder, seeing a masked man coming toward her before he walked out through a sliding glass door, the roommate then locking her door. Police say later that morning, the 2 surviving roommates called friends to the house because they thought one of the victims had simply passed out and wasn't waking up. The 911 call finally coming around noon. Officials say the 2 surviving roommates are not suspects. Overnight, Kaylee Gonsalves' sister, Olivia, saying Kaylee and Madison did everything right that night.
They went out together. They called for a ride. They went to a known establishment. They did everything you would want your daughter or your sister to do in that situation. You're supposed to grow up together. That's your God-given best friend. And so we're left with not only missing them and exactly who they were, but wondering who they were going to become.
On the University of Idaho campus, second semester classes began this week with heightened security. Meanwhile, Kohberger, who was extradited back to Idaho last week, is scheduled to be in court tomorrow morning, guys.
Okay, Mola, thanks. Let's bring in our chief legal analyst, Dan Abrams. And Dan, that evidence from the trash bin so damning.
Well, because they were able to link that back to the crime scene. That's why it's so damning, is they've got this knife sheath that's at the crime scene where they find DNA that matches the family of Bryan Kohberger. That's why it's so damning. Now, this does raise another question, right? Which is supposedly this criminology student, right, who knows the way that things work. It shows you that if he is actually the guy, boy, was he bad at this. I mean, he made mistake after mistake after mistake. And in this case, the authorities actually watching him. So not only do they end up with the DNA evidence, but they have an additional piece in that, well, wait a sec, why is he trying to bring this over to his neighbor's garbage?
It seems like they have a strong case against him. Could he try to strike a plea deal? And if not, as a defense attorney, how do you approach it?
Well, so first let's talk about a possible plea deal. We talked about this the other day with George. The only thing I think that prosecutors would consider accepting would be a guilty plea, maybe to take the death penalty off the table. That's the only kind of plea deal I could see possibly happening here. But if this case goes to trial, expect the defense to attack the buckets of evidence separately, right? They're going to attack the DNA evidence separately from the cell phone evidence separately from the evidence of the car. What prosecutors will try and do is bring it all together and tell one story saying, watch the car, follow the cell phone, now match it with the DNA, bring it together. Defense attorneys will try and pick it apart piece by piece.
You talked about the prosecutors because there's still no known motive, and there doesn't appear to be a connection between the suspect and the victims. Do prosecutors need to make a connection? Do they need to establish a motive?
They don't. And that remains one of the most bizarre things about this case, right? Which is, why did he do this? Why? And they don't have to answer that question in court to potentially get a conviction. But the world still wants to know.
The families want to know.
The families want to know. Everyone in that community wants to know, why would he have done this? And this certainly does lead people to speculate, was it again just because he was a criminology student trying to see if he could somehow beat the system? We don't know. But that is something that they're continuing to investigate.
Okay, Dan Abrams, thank you very much. Much more in the story is coming up Friday night, 2020, horror in Idaho, the student murders. That's at 9, 8 Central.
Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robin.
Okay, if y'all can hear me, okay, put a 1 in the chat. Because I had a little box that popped up saying that my sound was disconnected. Okay, great. Thank y'all. Isabella, how are you? Okay. And I seen where, I believe it was the suspect way had asked if we were going to do panel tonight. I'm gonna open it up here in just a few minutes. Okay, great. Y'all can all hear me good. Thank you. Thank you, Danielle. Okay, I'm trying to see. Attorney talks, due process. I think this is the last video I have. Make sure that I haven't. All right. Wasn't Kaylee? No, Kaylee she had 2 older siblings and then 2 younger siblings. She was the middle child. El Guapo, right now, my headset that I'm using is a Razer. I actually got the bundle pack. It was like the headset with the mic and then the mouse, and I believe it's a mouse pad. I haven't broke the mouse and the mouse pad out yet because it's all wired and I don't like wired mouses, so I just use a wireless one. All right. Okay, so let's. I'll try not to, peas in a pod. Yeah, if y'all haven't done so, please go hit the thumbs up while I'm getting this all gathered up, please. Uh, Vivian, I do too. I hope whenever they go to court, um, there's no questions asked. Like everything is there, it's legit, and it's going to send his ass hopefully to death row. Deidre, when did her dad say she had a brother? She does have a brother. Like there's him and Christy have 5 kids. There was another girl that came out claiming that she was an older sister of all of 'em. Indianapolis, how are you? Um, but come to find out, she had never even met Kaylee or any of the 5 kids that him and Christy have together, and it was never proven that that girl was his daughter, and that's coming straight out of Mr. Gonzalez's mouth. So do you think he will plead not guilty? Oh, unsolved cases for sure. I don't think he's gonna plead guilty because if he pleads guilty, then that's him admitting that he done something wrong. And he's too egotistical for that. Like he's gonna put up a fight before he admits that he done something wrong. Okay, let me go back and read Indianapolis's. Give me just 1 second. Yeah, I've been wondering if Bryan wasn't just over near them stalking them, but testing police response time. That, yeah. I mean, could he have been the one who was calling in all these noise complaints? And just kinda sitting in the area like you're saying and, timing it to see how long it would take 'em. That's a good theory. And a court-appointed attorney proves he's done something wrong. He needs no need to waste parents' money. Yeah. Hey, Loaded Hot, how are you? Hey, Poppy. Okay. Think he has a really big ego, even if he hasn't fully shown it. Unsolved cases, yeah, he's got a huge ego. Like, and this attention is just like he's just loving this attention. It's fueling that ego, honestly. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and play this one, and then we'll talk about it for a few minutes, and then we will. Hey, Rebel Ray, how are you? Petey, how are you? And then we will. I'll open up the panel. Get this off the screen so it doesn't block anything. All right.
They've been living a nightmare, not to mention the nightmare that the families of these 4 victims will continue to live as this trial gets underway and the case pushes forward. I want to welcome in now Jonna Spilbor. She is a criminal defense attorney. She's done a lot of research on the death penalty, which Idaho does have. She's also worked in a city attorney's office. Jonna, thank you for being with us this morning. So this is a status hearing tomorrow where Bryan Kohberger will appear before a judge. What should we expect?
Okay, well, a status hearing usually is not anything monumental. It's basically an opportunity for the judge and the counsels, defense attorney and prosecutors, to figure out what the next steps will be. In a case like this, as a matter of fact, in any case where somebody is being held behind bars without bail, due process kicks in. And the defense attorneys are either going to have to schedule what we call a preliminary hearing to challenge the probable cause, or Mr. Kohberger needs to be indicted by a grand jury. One of those 2 things needs to happen in order to justify keeping him in custody. My guess, if we have no surprises, will be they will schedule this for a preliminary hearing if there are no surprises.
Is there any way this doesn't go to trial based on the evidence that you've seen publicly so far?
You know, that's a big question. The tea leaves tell me if there is an opportunity for Bryan Kohberger to take some sort of plea and avoid the death penalty, which would require him to admit guilt, obviously, if he's willing to do that, if there's enough other evidence that we haven't seen yet, it's possible that that deal may be on the table. But I got to tell you something, the horrificness of these crimes and the families that we feel such sympathy for, I don't know if prosecutors are going to be ready to make some sort of deal like that, especially if there is more evidence out there than we've already seen in the affidavit, the probable cause affidavit.
Right. So the prosecutors, the families, they want this to go to trial. It's the pursuit of justice, right? So what is their best piece of evidence to get a conviction in this case?
Okay, so the best piece is something that we have not seen yet. Maybe we will see it, maybe we won't. And that is, I would like to see the victim's DNA someplace in Bryan Kohberger's vicinity, meaning not his DNA at their house, although that would be telling too, right? We have that one little piece of DNA on a knife sheath. But if they find victim's DNA in his car, in items in his home, in items where we know these victims did not voluntarily go, then I think it's really game over and maybe they can start talking some deal at that point. But we haven't seen that yet, and I don't know if we will.
You can't hide from DNA, right? So how likely is it that they could find just a tiny, tiny piece and all of these weeks later, what, 7, 8 weeks later?
Yeah, you know, I'm of the belief that, you know, DNA is very insidious. It gets everywhere. No matter how much you try to clean up a place, like his car, for example, if he did this crime, his car would be full of victims' blood. And now we know that there's evidence that he cleaned that up. But can you ever really? There's always some sort of trace evidence left behind. And if authorities go through his car, which they will, and they find anything that connects the victims to his car, that's going to be probably the biggest piece of evidence that we've seen so far. Because look, I mean, it looks bad for him, but as a defense attorney, they're going to say, well, wait a minute, just because you have his phone in an area doesn't mean he was with his phone, doesn't mean he was at that house. There are some other explanations that's their job to put forth. So we have not seen yet the smoking gun, but believe me, everybody's going to be looking for that.
Right. And you've got these two things, Jonna. So you've got the investigation and the evidence, and then you've got this big why. Why? What was the motive? Why did he do this? Will we ever know? Will that be part of prosecutors' focus in trying to figure that out, tell that to a jury?
We so want to know. We so want to know, what is the connection? Why did he target these people? Unfortunately, motive is never an element of any of these crimes. It does help give us perspective. It would help give a jury perspective, because that's a big question. Why them? He wasn't even in that part of the country for that long. Why them and why that night? These are major questions we may never have the answer to, and he still could get convicted.
Quickly before we go, Idaho does have the death penalty likely in this case if this thing goes to a jury?
If there was ever a reason to have it, it would be a case like this. So senseless, multiple murders, yes. And perhaps Bryan Kohberger's best defense might be just saving his own life and not trying to take this to trial to find him not guilty.
It's been a sickening and chilling case since the beginning. Criminal defense attorney Jonna Spilbor, thank you. Appreciate your perspective this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching.
Okay, Crime Crazy, it's gonna be 8 o'clock their time, so it would be 10 o'clock my time. So yeah, 2 o'clock p.m. your time. You're welcome. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link. Have I ate dinner? No. Wait, what up, baby? I haven't. I didn't Dreamcatcher. I don't believe he will either. I just, like I said, that's him. That would be him admitting guilt. That would be him admitting that he has done something wrong, that he did this to these kids. I just don't see it. I don't see him doing it. And Poppy, I have to. If he was a real man, he would come out and he would say, "This is exactly what happened." But he's not gonna do that. He's gonna continue to eat up all the attention. He's gonna continue to put these families through hell. "Hey, Sifa, how are you?" He's going to, he's gonna continue to play like he's smarter than anyone else, and yeah, he's not. Like I said, if he was, he would've went straight in and been like, "This is what happened. I did it." He would apologize to all the family members. Ray, can you hear me?
Yeah, I just wanted to go on actually to see if I could edit my avatar, and I could see I did.
Yeah, I can see it now. So, yeah, I don't, he's not a man. He's still like he's grown. He's in a grown man's body, but he wants to continue to play games. Let's see, Mar, have a good night, honey. So, Ray, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. How are
Oh,
you?
I'm doing good. Let's see, just racking my brain over this case, honestly.
Would you the Kylie Rodney case, they closed it.
Okay, so they have closed the Nevada County has closed their part of it, but their CHP and FBI, I don't think they've closed their part of it. That's where a lot of people's getting it mixed up. They're still waiting on um, CHP and FBI to finish out there before they close like the whole case. Or that's what I got from the Andrew Triggs guy, which is
Yeah.
the public information officer, that only Nevada County has closed their part of it. They're ruling it as an accident, so
Yeah, how could you drown though with no water in your lungs?
all right. Okay, Brooke, do you wanna leave your, camera on? Alright, so I'm fixing to bring you up. How are you?
Hello. Good.
Let me
Hello.
make su
Hi.
So what is your opinion on all of this, Brooke?
Um, I just thought of one thing just now while you were talking about like him loving the attention.
Mhm.
I think really more so he did it for the attention even more than like the enjoyment of the murder, really. Like if
Right.
like all that those posts, if they are him, um about like whatever the motion visions or whatever, all that stuff reminds me of like he's of course younger than me, but I was like the last of the rocker group of people, that wore like the huge pants and
Mhm.
metal shirts and stuff.
Right.
And those posts remind me of like that type of group where they didn't get attention or they wanted to fit in somewhere. So they just had to one up each other. Like one would cut themselves and so then the next person would burn like the outline of a lighter on them all the time. Like and it wasn't really um for like a cry out for help or something. It was just for the attention of it. Like, oh, I'm more troubled than you, or you know what I mean? I don't know how to
Right.
explain it.
Yeah, yeah, I get it, they're they're trying to make their like, let's just use him and the girl, the Casey girl who said that she knows him. I'm just gonna use her as an example. So anything I say about her is not true. I'm just using her as an example with him. Let's say she has problems at home with her family, she's depressed. Well, he's gonna one up it and say he has problems at home with his family, he's depressed, and he's schizophrenic. Like they're just trying to make they're like you said, one up in each other to try to make their problems worse than the other to get more attention.
More
Yeah,
sympathy.
What was
Yeah,
that,
and I
Ray?
think he didn't really.
Go ahead.
What did you say, Ray?
Oh, I just said more sympathy.
Right.
Well, I think he wasn't one of those really that did it in person, though. I don't know how to explain it. It just seems like he never, from most of the posts that I read, like he never fit in. Um, he didn't feel emotions. He, whatever, in any way, even like straight A student, what attention is he getting out of that? You know, like he's not getting gratification out of that. So he wants to be talked about, you know, with the
Right.
murders or whatever. Like just from the post and that questionnaire thing, he, I think it was like to prove to himself that he's smarter, uh, or you know, smarter or um, like just more twisted. I don't know how to explain it. Like the
Well,
people that get the, if you didn't get attention from women, what
he's
happens
got to
after
get
you're a serial killer? You're or a mass murderer or whatever. You're gonna get attention from thousands of women, weirdos that are writing you letters, yelling out to you at court, and all that we've seen with um, what was his name? Richard. I can't remember that serial killer's name, but
there was Richard Ramirez. Is that who you're talking about?
Night Stalker.
yeah. Some of those like that never got attention from women, but they sure did after, like, you know, they're a murderer. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, and that's what I was saying. Like with this guy here, more than likely, there's going to be desperate women out there who's going to be sending him letters and saying how much they love him, and he's going to get the attention. He's going to get the attention for a long time. Some people are thinking he's just going to die out. I think that it's going to continue. They're going to end up writing a book on him. As bad as I hate to say that, I don't think that they should write one on him, but watch and see. Like he's going to get like boatloads of attention off of this, which is sad.
Not only a book, there'll be numerous documentaries.
A movie there, yeah, there's going to be so much.
Yeah, and then that people look so much for like attention or to be different than everyone else in a certain way, be special. And I think that was his way. He got into criminal psychology and stuff like that. And you don't get attention for good grades, really. He's not getting attention from women. He's not getting gratification in any way. So, in
Right.
this way, you're special because you have your own certain um, uh, way that you did it, or certain things that you took from the scene, or whatever that people talk about for decades afterwards.
Yeah. And he's loving it. I'm telling you. It's almost like it's a sick game to him.
Yeah.
See, a heart made wise. Basically, the only thing he said to the neighbor was, he had asked the neighbor if the neighbor had heard about the college or university murders, and the neighbor said, yeah. And Brian told the neighbor, well, oh, it seems like it was a crime of passion, and that they don't have any leads, is what it looks like. And the neighbor said at that time, because he had said it right after it happened, there wasn't a whole lot of details out about it at that time, so he didn't really think much about it. But, I mean, this dude, like, he talks to the neighbor, he talks to police, he writes his statement, his public statement, with his attorney back in Pennsylvania, and then the attorney, comes out with that, talking about he's eager to get back to Idaho and be exonerated and all this and that. This dude is just very egotistical and controlling and narcissistic and any other word that Lawnmower Man says he's a diva, and just any other word that can describe a person, that's him.
Yeah, and now he's getting what he wants. He couldn't in any other way, though. That he
Right.
was sitting in classes about people just like him, you know.
Yeah.
But I'm not good at talking, so I'm gonna drop down.
Oh, no,
But
you're fine.
I just had one question, and I can't remember where I saw it. I think it was super late one night on like Mommy Rambling blog or something. It was some channel, and haven't heard it anywhere else. But I think it was them that was saying that Santa has some kind of like outreach marketing company or something like that that there was meetings for and stuff, and I think I was falling asleep and I haven't heard that anywhere else, but they said it was some kind of company, like a little market share or something company that she had, that maybe that's a way that he could have met them.
I don't know. I've never heard that.
Yeah, I'm
'Cause
gonna look it up.
I just took it as maybe if he had met them or crossed paths with them at some point in time, that it would have been at Mad Greek where Xana and Maddie both worked at.
Right. Yeah, I had never heard that Xana ran some different thing through the college or something, and they did outreach to um, his college, but that's just something I heard. So I don't want people to go repeat that, but I'll look it up, I guess, and see if I
Okay.
can find anything on it. I just didn't
Yeah.
know. You always know all the scoop on everything.
Yeah, I've never heard that, but if you do find it, just email it to me and I'll take a look at it, and if there's anything to it, we'll go over it.
All right, cool. All right, well, I'll drop down now.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming up and sharing that with us.
No problem. I'll be in the chat.
Okay. Okay. All right, let me grab a link again. I keep copying it and then I copy something else. I have to keep going back and recopying the link. Okay, so I think he was an outsider wanting in on their group and they said this dude is weird. Goodbye. Yeah, I just don't see him having a lot of friends. Um, we heard that from someone else who had been up on panel before a few weeks ago. He kept saying that the dude was an outsider. He felt like an oddball, and then turns out that the person who did this ended up being like an outsider. Okay, let me catch back up. Okay, I'm sure in his classes he was hoping to get attention from the girls for being smart. In his head, he can't understand why they don't want him because he thinks he's smart. Yeah. And a lot of girls like the bad boy image. So maybe if he thought, well, they don't want him if he's smart, he'll just go to become a bad boy. And but that's worse. And Huda, thank you so much for the super chat. And she said, excellent work, LSCC. As a licensed mental health counselor, I know that practitioners are not allowed. Oh, hold on, I gotta stop the thing. Are not allowed to do therapy with their own family. I don't believe it's her. Not. Uh, I do not believe that shit, y'all. I'm sorry, I can't read tonight. I don't believe it's not her. Brian has ASPD. Thank you, Huda.
ASPD, what's that?
Huda, what is ASPD? I don't want to say it wrong. Wait, I literally got tongue tied on that. I had a chicken kitchen moment there. Let's see. Could it be Asperger's?
I don't think that has a
Oh, okay. She said it's antisocial personality disorder. Thank you, Huda.
Okay.
I'm gonna write that down just in case that comes back
Come
up.
across it again.
Right. Hold on, y'all, because oh my God, y'all, I can't speak or spell tonight. Good Lord. What is wrong with me? Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm writing that down just in case I come across that again. Like I've heard of, the antisocial personality disorder, just never put put the letters together like that. So thank you, Huda. That was very nice of you for the super chat. Okay, so Asperger's, Shane, is on the autism spectrum. Fern, I probably am. Thank you, Unsolved Cases. Okay. Scott, no, we can't call him that because there's a family member, one of Kaylee's family members goes by that name of Gonzo. So we can't give him that name. Let's see, have you seen the visual snow post allegedly from BK? What do you think? Actually, yes, I have. Let me go to the Facebook group because that is where the post. Oh, and let me check my email real quick. I'm crime crazy while I'm thinking about it. Give me just a second, y'all. Oh, I wonder if this is what Brooke was talking about. Hold on. Hold on, Brooke. I'm fixing to pull something up. I want to see if this is what you were talking about. The marketing major. I've been at Vandal Solutions 2 semesters now, the first police properties, and now I'm on the sales team. So, Crime Crazy, could this be the same thing that Brooke was talking about? Hold on, let me pull this up real quick. Tara, I agree. Okay, wait. Big Al's thing isn't working? Oh, I can't get the link to even oh, wait, there it goes. Okay, thank you, Crime Crazy. And yeah, Big Al's Twitter link is not, it's not working. It says the site can't be reached. That's weird. All right. So let's see. This could be what Brooke was talking about. I'm gonna pull it up as soon as I get it downloaded. Oh my. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Give me just 1 second. Wait, I keep calling her Brooke and her name is Brooklyn. Brooklyn, I'm sorry. I keep saying your name wrong. Okay, the link in the post and screenshots, what I sent you in my email to you. Okay, Harmony, wait, I did tell you that I got it, right? Were you the one that had asked me earlier about it? I think you are. Okay, yes, you are. Yeah, I will check that out here in just a few minutes. Oh my gosh, now it's taking forever. Yeah, I was literally sitting here bragging about how fast this is going. Okay, Joanne, how are you? Okay, so no, it's okay. People call me. Okay. I just want to make sure that I say everyone's names correctly. Let's see. Could it be dissociative identity disorder saying it's okay, I will help you? Then talking to yourself on the plane, the psyche bell on him will be interesting. Kim, yes. Can y'all imagine getting to read the evaluation that's done on him? That is going to be super interesting. Okay, so here's the thing. And this may be what Brooke was talking about. Okay, so this is Xana saying, "Hey, sweet Caroline, how are you?" She says, "My name is Xana, and I'm a marketing major. I've been at Vandal Solutions for 2 semesters now. The first team I was on was the Palouse Properties, and now I'm on the sales team. Vandal Solutions has given me so many opportunities to excel in marketing and get real hands-on experience." So that could have been what she was talking about. See, I will help you equals I will fix your pain. Sad to think of it, Jody is cool, but that could have been what he meant when he said it. I'm just wondering though if Dylan was able to verify if that was Ethan that said it or if that was Sparky Bait that said it. And mods, let me know if I need to slow the chat down again. All right. Give me just a second. I'm just throwing the link out again. But yeah, see if only DM had hit him across the head with a frying pan. Oh, and there was something else I wanted to show y'all. Let me see if I can find it. Because Kaylee's family attorney had made a statement, and I gotta see if I can find it because Crime Crazy had sent it to me earlier. That was very interesting, and I don't know if he meant it the way it was said or if he said it like that to put it out there or what, but let me see if I can find it real quick. This. Okay, at the time, E would not been able to say that. It's so scary to think, though, that he would have told Xana that. You know what I'm saying? Huda, thank you again, honey, for the super chat. She says, antisocial personality disorder is the mental health term for psychopath. His symptoms started as a teenager, no empathy, no remorse, or very impulsive, criminal, drug addictions, liars, and prison. Thank you for that information, Huda. That is just, and from what we've seen, like that explains it. And like the visual snow thing, could that be part of it as well, Huda? And you're more than welcome to come up on panel. Um, if you want to, if it's easier for you to explain better. Because the whole visual snow thing, like I literally had to go Google that today because I didn't know, like I'd never even heard of it. Hey, the Krista, how are you? All right, El Guapo, can you hear us? Okay, I can't hear you. Still can't hear you. I can see you talking, but I can't hear you.
Is your mic muted? I keep muting mine because there's all kinds of noises going on around here.
Okay, he dropped off. No, it didn't show that he was muted either. Like I could see him talking, but I couldn't hear him. Okay. Sure, I was surprised he was at that call. Tracy, how are you? And yeah, one second. Okay, no problem, El Guapo. But yeah, Steve is, I mean, I couldn't imagine being him and going into that courtroom and seeing the man who done that to my child. That just,
They're not going this one though.
yeah, tomorrow they're not going to go. I mean, I would just imagine that would have to be super hard on them. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let me see.
Yeah, like I had typed before, if it was showing that he was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, I would
Mhm.
make a composite weapon and do like a few people done.
Mhm. Yeah. Let's see. Fern, who's gonna do Zoom? Yeah, Emerald Queen, he dropped off. There must have been something wrong with his audio. Like I could see him talking, I just couldn't hear him. Okay, I'm not a panel person, sweetheart. I'm shy of it. Okay, so the complaint about severe headaches, that is nerve disorder. It does affect his eyes. Okay, thank you, Huda. And Huda, at any time you ever want to come up, you're more than welcome to. There's nothing to be shy about, which I do get because some people don't like panels, but anytime you want to come up, you're more than welcome to. Oh yeah, the family's doing Zoom. That's right. Okay. Yeah, I have to say, y'all, any family member, especially a parent, that can go into a courtroom and sit through court with the person who did that to their kid, they are some very strong people, like super strong. All right, now let me pull this up because this was very interesting. And like I said, I don't know if it's just how he worded it and didn't mean anything by it, or if he worded it like this for a reason. All right, and if anybody comes is backstage while I got this pulled up, I won't be able to see you until I exit off of it. Hey, Scooby Doo, how are you? Okay, so it says the University of Idaho student who told the cops that she saw the intruder in her house the morning of the quadruple homicide there was scared to death, a lawyer for one of the victims' family said Saturday. Dylan Mortensen, 21, reported seeing an unknown figure clad in black clothing and a mask walking past her towards the home's back exit just after 4 a.m. on November 13th, although police were not summoned to the home for 8 hours. Because this next part that I'm about to read, just listen to how he says it. Hey, Ava, how are you? Okay, so the attorney says she was scared. She was scared to death, and rightfully so. Shannon Gray, a lawyer for victim Kaylee Gonzalez's family, told Fox News. This guy had just murdered 4 people in the home. Hey, Tad. The way he's saying that makes it sound like that's why she was scared. It's because she knew that he had done it, or maybe she had uh, caught him in the act of doing it, or went and seen, like, maybe went and checked on the roommates after the guy left out of the house and saw the scene there, and it scared her. And that's the reason why she was so terrified, and she locked herself in her room. That's kinda what it sounds like he's saying.
I thought a different thing, just like within the last day,
Uh-huh.
that possibly she was dealing herself and was afraid that she was going to get busted because he looked like LE.
That's a good one too. Could have been. Hey, Linda, how are you? Yeah, I don't know. It was something that scared her to a frozen space, I believe is the words that they use. IML, how are you? Um, I I think there's more to it than him just walking past her and she was scared and she locked herself in her room. I'm thinking that maybe she must have went like after she saw the guy, she hears the crying and everything else, and she sees this guy in the house because when she hears the crying, does she know that this guy, this intruder basically is in the house? Probably not. She opens up her door, she sees him. After he leaves out of the house, maybe she goes and checks on Ethan and Xana because she heard the crying coming from that way, and she walked in on what had happened in that room, and it scared her. That could have been it. Guapo, can you hear us now?
Hey, yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Okay, no
Welcome.
problem.
Uh, s- so I was just listening to you. Have you ever had anything like that where you froze like that?
I
Um,
haven't.
Not
Scarlett,
not dealing with something like that, no.
do you know any girls that have ever done that?
No.
Not to that degree, right?
No. I mean, I do know a lady who, and this was when I was young, who was, one of the people there was a neighbor of my grandparents.
Mhm.
He shot his wife sitting at a kitchen table, and there was a lady that was in there whenever it happened, and we had just left church, and we had stopped at the store, right down from the house, and she come run like, she was hysterical.
Hmm.
But as soon as she saw him pull the gun up and shoot his wife, she took off out of the house. You know,
Well, so
that's
she did the opposite.
yeah, she ran.
Hmm.
Okay,
That's insane.
all right, so Huda says, as a practitioner, I'm mindful, but the private taxi driver said people got drugs from that house. The house was targeted. I was, see, it was drugs and money involved, or was drugs and money. I don't know for a fact that there was any drugs or money involved, but I mean, I would think it's a possibility. Maybe Brian knew that. We have known him, you know, they did say that he was an addict at one time. Maybe he bought something from that house. Maybe that's why he was,
Yeah.
you know, he connected to the internet there those
Or he
12
was a
times.
supplier.
Yeah, he could have been that too.
Yeah. I don't know. I've never gotten the Wi-Fi password for my drug dealers' houses, so they must have been good. He must
Unless
loyalty
unless it
program.
was yeah, unless it was just an open Wi-Fi, you know, and
Yeah.
they didn't have it password protected.
Yeah.
So,
That's hard to believe nowadays, though.
yeah, but I mean, you
It's
got a bunch of
possible.
college, you know, a bunch of college
Identity
kids.
theft and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, a
Okay,
bunch of
James, can
college
you hear
kids.
us?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
How are you?
What's up, James?
I'm
Hey,
doing
James.
good. How y'all
What's
doing?
up, big dog?
What's going on, Ray? Guapo?
Chilling,
Satin
chilling.
B, thank you so much for the super sticker. But I mean, yeah, you got a bunch of college kids, people always coming over to the house, they're partying,
Mm-hmm.
probably got tired of everybody asking, "Hey, what's your Wi-Fi password?" You know,
Mm-hmm.
or it could be password protected and they give it out to everybody and then everybody give it out to everyone else and you
Yeah.
know, the password got around.
Yeah, or he could even have it like written on the wall somewhere on a dry erase
Right.
board.
That's what I was thinking. Possibly, like, businesses, they have it written on the wall.
Right.
Yeah.
Or on the box or anything, you know, like
But
that.
then that means he had to be inside the house at one point in time to get it.
Right. I mean, do we know for a fact though he had never been in the house? I mean, that could be a possibility.
Do we know that he'd been in the house? Was that what you had asked?
No, I said, do we
We
know that
don't know if he has or hasn't.
yeah,
What do
if
you
he
think,
has or hasn't.
Scarlett? What do you think? Had
I
he
mean,
did?
it's a possibility. I mean, we saw the body cam footage where they were having a party and nobody who lived in the house was there. You
Yeah.
know,
Well,
so he could have went in at a party and nobody noticed him.
mm-hmm.
He could have
Yeah.
went in when they were sleeping at night because he's been there 12 other times,
That's
they said.
creepy to think.
Right. I mean, just think someone he very easily could have went in and just, you know, seeing if he could do it. Just sneak in the house while everybody's asleep, or they could have been out one weekend night or something and
Him up.
he went in.
Or okay. But whenever that I was gonna ask you, whenever the that cops came in that one time you were just referred to, that they said those guys said that none of the people who were home, who were at the
Mhm.
who lived there, there were none of them were there. God,
No.
can't speak.
No.
I don't know. You do,
Don't feel bad. I couldn't speak either earlier. I was trying to
oh
read a
my
thing and I
goodness.
couldn't.
I got smell burning toast. No, what I meant to say was that time on the body cam when they told those dudes told the cops that, like, yeah, nobody who lives here is here now, and it's just all
Mhm.
strangers. Do you think that the girls weren't there really?
I believe they were there. Didn't
Yeah.
Xana show up like less than an hour later? She was there to answer.
Yeah, okay, so
What do you think, Scarlett?
somehow they got Maddie on the phone. Maddie could have just been upstairs in the house and didn't want to come down and
Exactly.
talk to the police so she could avoid getting a ticket. Um, they said that everybody who lived in the house wasn't there, and then the cops were like, "Well, you know, do we need to give y'all trespassing tickets because you're in a house where the people who live here are not here?" And then whenever they
Mhm.
went back later on that night or after midnight, Xana was there. Huda, thank you
Okay.
so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family.
Mhm.
Santa was so it was basically, I guess you would say the same night, only the first call was before midnight. The second call when Xana was there was after midnight.
And
Um,
that's when Xana was like fucked up
Yeah,
looking.
yeah,
Xana looked
yeah, she was like,
wasted.
I
Yeah. She looked
right,
zanied.
and she kept saying, "I just wanna go to bed." You know, "I'm just trying to go to
Mhm.
bed." And she acted like she really didn't know what was going on or that the cops had even been there earlier in the night.
Yeah. She was kind of giving him a little attitude. She's like, "So am I going to jail? I'm not going to jail. Okay, can I go?" I was
Right, yeah, she
she's
just
like,
kept
"Let's."
saying
I
Yeah.
she
think
just
she
wanted to go
was
to bed,
happy
poor thing.
she
Mm.
wasn't getting a minor under the influence ticket because she looked it tore up.
Yeah,
Mhm. I
and
would
I
be
don't know if there
surprised if
were
she remembered that interaction the next morning.
right. But if y'all think about it, because somebody
Mhm.
else had brought this up too. So the body cam footages, Ethan was never on them that we know of, unless there's
Mhm.
another footage out there that he's on. But uh, Xana was on one, Kaylee was on one, and then Maddie, we could hear her talking on one of them. And
Mhm.
I'm wondering if this Bryan dude had someone within the police department, like he would call in these noise complaints himself, and then have someone in the police department going back and watching the body cam footage to get
Well,
an
I had,
idea
But
of
uh,
of who lived there. Because there
the
was a cop
August
who
one
got,
came from
fired for
the
watching body
August
cam
call
footage.
came from the house above them.
Yeah, well,
Above them?
was it a
it was
landline?
it was
It was the
it
house
was
above
Jack
them that it
D's.
came from. The August call, the August noise complaint.
Okay.
That
What
the
do you
call
mean
came
by
from?
above them?
Yeah, what was it? Truth and Transparency again. I had saw them way back, and when that came out, she had did all the checking it out. There was another, I think there was another lady that had did a like an interview that lived above them and
Mhm.
talking about it,
Uh-huh.
and she had did the research. She's the one that had actually got the FOIA for the body cam, and she had said that the call had generated from the house that was right above them.
When you say above them, what do you mean?
That would have had
The
to have been
backyard area. So
Oh,
where
okay,
the sliding
okay,
glass is, there's
okay,
a house above there. That's where the call had generated from.
okay.
But
so that would have been the houses between the girl's house and the house that Jack D lived in then.
yeah,
Wouldn't that be right? Because there's no
No, I think
houses.
it's the house that's over there towards Willenta that's above them. Like if you look out that
oh.
sliding glass out there, there's a house you can see in the distance right above there, and
This
that's where the call generated from.
and isn't Walenta kind of like on a hill-ish, like compared to the girls? So
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, it's, like, right there behind Jack D's house.
so that noise would echo towards that house pretty
Now,
good.
the Queen Road, you know how it goes up beside of the girl's house between their
Mhm.
house and the apartments, and then it kinda goes down and dead ends? At
Mhm.
that dead end, like, there's a little wood line that goes through there, and then on the other side of the wood line, there is a house there that's
That's right.
on
Eh,
Willinta, so that it mighta came from there.
yeah. Probably, yeah, that's probably likely that's where it came from.
Mhm.
I would guess. That's
Hey,
Yeah.
good.
don't
That's good.
forget that on the first noise complaint that same night,
Mhm.
they had that volunteer dude with him, and he was,
Yeah.
he was all talking about she had something on her boobie, and then
What?
when the cops were talking about going around the back of the house, and he was all, I'll go in, and I'll just act like I'll act like I'm, just chilling, and I'll try to go in, and that dude looked about BK's
He was, like,
age.
old.
Yeah,
Yeah, he would've been older than them, but what was he a
Wow.
volunteer or was he like a ride
a
along
ride
type?
along. Yeah,
Okay.
He was a ride along, like he was like he was in the back seat,
yes,
but he was a criminal in the back seat.
No, he wasn't a criminal. He was
Oh,
like
okay.
a citizen ride along, and
Okay.
he
Yeah,
was
you know
just
how
saying weird
they'll have
stuff like,
like the
Okay.
ride-alongs that they'll. Satin B, thank you for becoming a member and welcome to the family.
That's even weirder.
yeah, it was hella
Yeah.
weird. And he was like, I'll go around back and I'll go in and act like I'm just chilling, like
That's like creepy
weird,
neighbor.
I'll go
That's like
around the
creepy
back and
neighbor.
put out the
Yeah.
creepier vibes.
yeah. So if somebody of that sort happened to be, friends with BK, or like that could be, he could have been
But Scarlett,
having people volunteer to
Mm-hmm.
do that at that house,
But
Right.
Scarlett, that goes against what a point you made just before that I agree with, that he doesn't look like he has much friends. So I'd be very surprised if he has, people in law enforcement that he's calling and has that kind of relationship with.
Well, the
Well,
the dude the
there's
dude was just a regular guy,
yeah, but if
He
there's
just sign up, and Ellie will call you and say, "Hey, we got to open for a ride along," and
Mhm.
it don't matter who you are. They say you get to do it one time, and they don't
As a
disclose like the
taxpayer.
information of those people. So who's to
But
say,
you gotta think about if there's any type of drugs involved between BK and law enforcement, there could be a connection there. Um, there was the guy, if it is true, once again, when he went out and bought the knife from the guy, that guy that he bought it from said that there was another guy in the car with him.
Yeah.
Okay. Do they know
So
how old that guy was in the car?
I don't think there
I
was
didn't know
never it was never put out to the public description of the guy. Just he just said that whenever he came and bought it, there was another guy in the car with him.
Didn't he say like an older guy or something like that?
Maybe his dad.
Yeah, and see, that's what I was thinking. Maybe it was his dad because this was supposed to be back in October, wasn't it? When he bought the knife.
Yeah, I think it was like a month before or
Uh-huh.
something like that.
So I'm wondering
What
if
if
his
that knife
dad,
seller had several knives and he touched one of the knives and it was a K-bar knife?
meaning that maybe the mask guy that he bought it from did the murders?
No, the guy that sold him the other knife, the one that
Oh,
said
okay.
he was with somebody, had several knives, and
Mhm.
he touched one of those other several knives, and that's how his DNA got there. I'm just if
Mhm.
I was his defense attorney, I could throw that out to cause some sort of
Right.
damage.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean,
I mean, they
Yeah.
could throw it out, but they got to convince jurors,
But doesn't he have a really good lawyer or something? Like she's supposed to be pretty
She's
badass.
like
see,
a senior court appointed,
yeah.
she's got a case that she overturned a murder because one of the cops was a liar or crooked or something like that.
I
And then
wonder.
he ended up getting reconvicted, but yeah,
Yeah, he ended up getting
Yeah,
convicted.
he got it. Yeah.
I wonder what the odds are of her being assigned to that to him in that situation, and if he knew if those odds were good, if that was part of his plan, anticipating that that good lawyer would be assigned to him.
well, there's from what if I remember correctly, there's only in Latah County, there's
Mhm.
only 5 public defenders, and 2 of them recuse themselves from the the case. They wouldn't take it.
Yep.
Mm.
So
Well,
that only left 3. So
one of them's the coroner.
oh,
Yeah.
really? Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Really? And
So
one.
yeah,
She's
she
probably
had
the one
And
that
I think the
refused
other
it.
one was working with LE, so she had to recuse herself as well.
Hell yeah.
yeah. So
It's
I
a
mean,
small
it was
town.
right, and so it was I mean, probably very easy for him to get the attorney that he got.
What do Scarlett? Do you know if that attorney was the most prominent or the most of all the
Well,
lawyers in
I
that
know
county?
she's one of the ones that's able to like defend death penalties,
Yeah,
something
like
like
a
Yeah,
death
she
yeah.
has
penalty
that
attorney.
certification.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah,
I just, I
because if
mean,
not, then he would have had to have hired an attorney that was a death penalty attorney.
did you get like certified for that? Interesting.
I think there's certain, if I remember correctly, because I know in the Lori Vallow case, she had to get rid of the attorney she had to get another attorney that was experienced in death penalty cases. So I
Yeah.
don't know
Okay.
if there's some, I wouldn't say certification that you got to have.
Experience.
Yeah, I think it's just the
Yeah.
experience and know,
Have done the case before.
right,
Yeah.
like the steps to get it done, like what all you need to do in order
hmm
to defend someone in a death penalty case.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, it might not matter or anything, but I just wonder if Brian had took all of that into consideration and knowing that she would be, because it seems like once she was assigned to him, they've been making pretty good moves on his, for his defense, like pretty quickly,
Mhm.
like pretty efficient. So,
Well, you
I
know,
just
those
wonder.
public defenders, they don't, I mean, they get a spotlight from it regardless. So
Oh yeah, and
they
especially
don't
Definitely a
really, they
spotlight.
don't
Do
really
they?
care.
Lady V, can you hear us?
Yeah. Hi, Scarlett. Hi, Ray.
Hey,
Hello.
Hi,
How are
Hey,
Jay.
you?
Lady V, how you
El
doing?
Guapo.
very
I
nice.
had to get my El Guapo fix.
Put me in a
Hey,
needle and shoot me
Scarlett,
up.
did you see that short little video that's going around of
Which
of
one?
it's a short video pointing towards the woods, and the white car is going
Oh, yeah,
up.
I know
In
what
the
you're talking about.
background from like
Yeah,
Oh,
miles off.
yes.
but
It
there's
going
no snow, and there's no, there's no snow, so they're thinking that it must have been either from that morning or the next day or so, because everything else was snow covered.
Yes, I remember seeing that.
That's
I
weird.
don't who put that out though?
TMZ.
Okay, maybe that's where I saw it because I remember going, was it yesterday I seen it maybe? Seems like I saw it yesterday when I was
Yeah,
going through some stuff, but yeah, you can see, the car. I mean, it's hard to tell if it's his or not, but it does look a lot like his.
yeah.
Huda, thank you so much. She says she saw the bushy eyebrows, but not the eyes. Yeah,
I would have seen the
I
eyes.
She
I
probably
But it
saw
can,
the eyes, but she remembers the
it's the
bushy eyebrow.
bushy, right.
it
She might
never
have just
Yeah.
said
got
that
her
he came
eyebrows done,
by.
so she was paying attention to eyebrows. She might have thought, God, those are hideous.
Shit, they can't be worse than the eyes.
It's like
Oh, his
that
eyes
person needs
are
to
That
go to the
dude
horrible.
has
Vietnamese spa.
lifeless eyes, man. Just soulless.
Shark's
Yeah.
eyes.
Well, I know a lot of married men who have pretty soulless eyes too. Life just kind of runs people down. But yeah, I'm sure he
Yeah.
had a killer's look in his eye.
Is that a knock on marriage?
No, it's not a
Well,
knock on marriage. I'm just
I
saying in
was
general.
thinking the same thing, right?
Hey man, but I'm sure in the morning when I wake up, I
He's
had my
saying women
coffee.
suck the life
I have
out
a
of you.
lifeless look in my eyes. I'm just saying, all men every once in a while kind of get that look, that just lifeless, exhausted look.
Yeah, his
Life is
eyes though,
exhausting.
he's just got that soulless, empty look. Like there's
Evil,
Yeah.
like,
yes, like
It's
there is
like
just
shark's eyes,
nothing in
like
there.
dead.
yeah,
Can
like,
y'all hear me?
like
Yes.
there's
Yeah, I
just
can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah, lady.
skeletons in the
I thought I
closet.
I
heard
heard sharks and
Yeah,
black
it's
eyes.
just
No,
yeah,
yeah.
it's
Yeah.
very evil looking is what
it
only thing
is.
I can
It's
think
like
of.
I don't know any other way to describe it, but just like those dead shark eyes that you see,
Mhm.
Which makes
Mm-hmm.
you
Right.
wonder, why is he a vegan? Is it just for health, like for his own health, or because it's not?
I have a
I
theory
think it's
on
health.
that.
He started as health because of that visual smokes.
Yeah, the toxins
Okay.
that were in his body, supposedly.
Okay. So he wasn't. Yeah, he wasn't immorally against killing animals. So I wonder if he killed like frogs and cats and stuff when he was little.
I'm wondering about the dog that was
Yeah,
skinned like just a few weeks before that.
yeah, me too. I've been wondering that for a while. That
Wasn't
poor
that
little
dog
baby.
shot first though?
No, I don't
I
think.
hadn't heard that.
JLR did an interview with the lady who owned the dog. The little dog's name was Buddy,
Mm-hmm.
and she told the story of what had happened. Like they had let him out that morning, and then the neighbors ended up finding him and how he looked and all that. And then, like not
Mhm.
long before that, there was a rabbit that had been skinned, and she explains like how like he still had everything and his trigger warning mods, he still had like his fur and everything on his head and on his feet and legs, but it was just like his torso had been skinned.
Mm.
Wow.
Hey, on those lines, my parents used to have like a 12-bedroom room and board, and they had somebody that lived there, and that guy would skin roadkill on the regular.
Oh my
For what?
god.
Well, why would he skin it though? What was the
He
purpose?
wanted the pelts. He
The
wanted the
pelt.
pelts.
So I mean, it could be a similar thing in Idaho. I thought that the dog thing might have been like young guys who went hunting, didn't see anything, and just driving home and just saw a dog. Right, they thought it was a stray and just wanted just to shoot their gun.
Yeah, but
Maybe.
the little dog though, where he was found at was like on the side of their driveway.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
okay.
fool
So
was
yeah,
at
So
home.
where it happened at was like
yeah,
right there at their house, and they let the dog out
that's
at
fucked up.
like I think what time was it? 3:30, 4:30, something like that. It was like super early in the morning. And
Mm.
the lady just kept saying, I can't believe like when we let the dog out, this guy, whoever did this, was literally right outside of our house. And I'm
Mm.
sure where they found the
And
dog is where it happened at.
how long of a time window was it before they found him and before they let him out? I mean,
A day or so.
oh, a day or so?
Yeah, it because they had let him out that morning, and then, like,
Okay.
she explains everything on when because like I said, JLR went to their house and he
Mhm.
interviewed her, and,
Okay.
she explains it all, I wanna
Okay.
say it was like a day or so, something
I
like
thought
that.
she like let him out to go pee, and then she went to like call him in and say, "All right, come back in," and he was already skinned. I was like, "Geez," but it
No,
was the
they let
next
him out
day.
yeah, they let him out early that morning, and then I wanna say that she said something about they left or something, and she couldn't find the dog, but they left, and she called her neighbors and
Mm.
asked if they had seen the dog and everything, and,
Oh, okay.
the neighbors is the one that called her back and said that they had found it.
Okay, guys, we got 3 hours. Let's make this hurry before my internet drops
I'm
me again.
definitely not gonna.
3
I'm
hours, no
not
way.
doing that tonight.
Yeah.
Y'all are
Yeah.
crazy.
I don't
Oh, 2 hours. Sorry, 2 hours. 2 hours.
I told
crazy.
Troll, I said, "I'm not staying on here past 4 hours." Yeah, I'm fixing to drop a link. I said, "I'm not staying on here past 4 hours tonight because I say that every night, y'all, and it's like 5 or 6 hours.
I know.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Oh
it
man,
No, the
it
time
gets
goes
it
by
gets
so
good
fast.
Hey
sometimes.
Scarlett, I didn't get up till like 5 o'clock this evening.
Oh god,
Yeah.
y'all, I had to get up. So I got up at 11, and then I fell back asleep at like 1, and then I had to get back up at 4. So
Mm.
the other night though, when I went to sleep and slept all that time, I don't think I moved because I felt like I got hit by a truck when I woke up.
That's how I was this
Oh my
early
gosh.
evening.
But I mean, I needed
Man.
the sleep though because my body is just exhausted.
So
Yeah,
why do you
you
choose to
sound
do it so
better.
late?
It's just I'm a night owl. I always have been.
Okay.
Whenever I've always worked from home, so anytime that I've ever worked, I've always done it at nighttime. It's just so much it's quieter. Like I have, my oldest son is autistic and it's hard for him to stay quiet. So it's easier for him to be quiet at night when he's getting ready to go to bed than it would be during the day.
Mm.
So it's
Okay.
just it's just easier like that. Liza, can you hear us?
I want some
Liza,
gummy.
Hey, Liza.
Hello.
my
Uh,
friend.
Unsolved cases, thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to the family. Y'all, I cannot talk tonight. I don't know what's going on with me. My gosh.
sleep deprivation.
I think it is. Like, oh my gosh.
I think
So I thought,
everybody's got sleep deprivation on this case because
This
it's
ca
like
yes,
really got all of us. Just
yeah.
right.
Well,
Can
ever since I
y'all hear
started following this
Liza?
channel. No, I can't.
Um, Eliza, can you hear us?
Hello, everybody.
Yeah,
Oh,
And
Yeah,
hey,
there
how
we
you
go.
Kelsey,
doing?
Hey,
yeah.
Liza.
she's very soft-spoken, y'all.
Yeah.
How are you, Liza?
That's awesome.
I'm fine. Just watching and waiting for tomorrow. Actually,
Oh, I know. I
what
can't.
what
Can
time?
hardly wait.
Yeah, I was gonna
Um,
ask that.
okay, so it's 8 o'clock Pacific time, so it would be 9 o'clock Mountain, 10 o'clock Central, 11 o'clock Eastern.
Before noon.
Yes, that's why I was wondering
Oh,
if it was gonna
that's
be
bad.
live streamed, because that would have meant I would have had to have gotten up before
Yeah,
3 p.m.
God, no.
So
Yeah, that would have been bad. So what time do you think they're going to release it? Do you guys have any idea?
they're saying it's not gonna be a very long trial or hearing or whatever it is that they're calling it. They're saying it's not gonna be very long. It's gonna be mostly scheduling. So let's say if it starts at 8 o'clock Pacific time, uh, 10 o'clock, maybe 2 hours, if that. It should
Oh,
be
that's better timing.
right.
It's not even going to be that. It's going to be less than an hour, I bet.
Yeah, probably
Yeah.
10 o'clock will be when, because Bryan Itten's, I'm sure, is gonna be in there, so News Nation journalists, I would say 10 o'clock before they have their story out.
Hey, Liza, you said you had a message from Joe on Twitter?
Yes, oh God, I was not having a good day today, and he sent me a email. He's driving to at 1 in the afternoon Eastern time today. He was 12 hours from Idaho.
Oh, wow. So he was
Yeah.
still a long ways away then.
Yeah, he told me that he probably will just make it on time.
Oh, Lord. Well, hopefully he's being safe. Like, I don't know what the weather is like up there, but hopefully he's safe getting there.
Yeah.
Yeah, here in California, it rained all day, so you guys are going to get some weather your way pretty soon.
Okay, so wait, now I gotta figure out UK time. I believe UK is 6 hours ahead of me, so if it's 10 my time, it would be, let's see, 10. 3 o'clock? 4 o'clock in the afternoon? Yeah, 4 o'clock.
Well, what 4 o'clock?
What was that, Liza?
I'm sorry. What was 4 o'clock?
Oh, someone was asking what time, would
Oh,
that be
UK.
in the UK? Yeah.
Okay. I was like, okay, I lost souls, and now she's in the UK.
Yeah, no, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, 4 o'clock. What's 4 o'clock?
Yeah, I believe the UK, or part of the UK, is 6 hours ahead of me, because I had to figure out Crime Crazy's time too, and she's in Australia, but she's 16 hours ahead of me, so
I think you're right, because I think the Netherlands are like 6 hours ahead of us too.
oh, well, okay. I didn't know that. I
My
don't know
husband,
I don't know all my time zones over there, so it's
I don't either. I just know Holland is like 6 hours, I believe, because
Mm.
my husband's family, a lot of them live over there in Holland.
Oh, wow.
So, well, he's first generation over here. His dad
Oh,
came
well.
over here when he was 14. So,
Okay, so wait, Huda's saying 7 in the morning. So,
I thought
wait,
it was
Huda,
moved from 12
I
to
thought they
8.
were.
it was moved from 10 to 8.
Oh, 10 to 8.
Okay, so London is 8 hours ahead of California, and
Yep.
California is 2 hours. So yeah, London would be 6 hours ahead of me then. So if it would be 8 o'clock California time, so it would be 10 o'clock my time. Add 6 hours to that,
3.
that would be
2
You
o'clock,
said 8 o'clock?
4 o'clock.
yeah, it would be 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, 4. I forgot.
Yeah. I think I could be wrong. I think that's right though.
So could I, because my brain doesn't function. So,
Y'all got me doing math at 1 o'clock in the morning, y'all.
yeah.
I'm
Don't do
literally
math.
sitting here. I'm counting on my fingers, honestly.
Carry the two.
I was like, I forgot to put up one finger.
That's why Scarlett doesn't have a face cam, because she'd be counting her toes on camera.
I literally, y'all, sometimes I have to count on my fingers when it's like somebody will ask me something, and it's like 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm sitting here thinking, oh my God, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Y'all want me to do math.
Well, I just want to know how many drinks El Guapo's had tonight.
Why, you
He
trying to take me
counts by
home?
drinking.
You're married, ma'am. You need
No,
to
I know.
you need to back off, ma'am. You're taken.
Oh, come on. I was just
I
saying
haven't
you
had any.
count by the
No,
number of drinks you have. So
none, not tonight.
I can tell, actually. You're a lot more calm tonight.
Oh, okay. So wait, Huda is saying that it is 7 o'clock in the morning her time, right?
Right now.
Right now.
Aren't
Okay.
they behind us? Because
No,
it's
they're ahead. Well, they're ahead
No,
of us.
no,
yeah,
they're
they're
ahead
ahead of us.
because yeah, I know, I got it.
Okay, because she literally had me confused. She kept saying 7 o'clock or 7:12, and I'm thinking that can't be right. And that's why I started counting on my fingers.
1, 2, 3. Oh yeah,
So
4.
yeah, I get what she's saying. Because it's 1:12 my time in the morning. So yeah, it would be 7:12 her time. I'm sorry, Huda. I get what you're saying now.
Did you hear what I did last night, Scarlett?
What?
So I was reading in the chat, and your lovely mods put the if your name is green, you can go to this Facebook link, right? And I was like, how many people in here their last name is Green? I was like,
Oh man.
and then I felt like an idiot because I read. I was like, oh my God, I need to go to bed.
Okay, so that sounds like my somebody said something about I forgot what if it was either chicken and I took it as kitchen or they said kitchen and I took it as chicken. Like I can't remember how it was, but
We're all sleep deprived.
yes. I
So
have
did
those
you
moments.
ask about that video?
No.
It was not Gray Hughes that did that video.
Okay.
Crime Circus had it on his channel, and he gives credit to the girl that did it.
Okay.
I didn't catch the name of it, but he's had it on.
Oh, okay, so that would have been the video that he played. Was it on his video today? Where he did I watched one of his today where he had the video where it's going through the house and it tells the time that the
Yeah,
person would have entered the
yeah,
house. Okay.
yeah.
It might not have been his video today, but I did watch it today. Where it's showing it has the person where they come in, stop, look around, go upstairs.
Right, and the
And
door
it
has
has
somebody in the bedroom and stuff.
yeah.
That's him.
Okay.
That
Okay.
I didn't catch the name of the girl that did it, but I don't think she minds sharing at all because she's trying to get her name out there. If you just say if you need any computer graphic work done like that, then
What
get a
was
hold
their
of her.
name? Was it Lily and something Van Life? Was that it?
It was a May and Van was a male and a female and Van Life.
Yeah.
Van Life. Oh
Yeah.
wait,
Something like that. It was yeah, it was a man and a woman's name and then Van Life or Van something. I remember him
Van Life, something like
yeah, I remember him putting their name in it.
Lena and Akla. No, I don't think that's right. Hells and J.
The video was pretty good, but maybe some of you know this. The third floor, did the girls share a bathroom?
Yeah, all of them shared one on each floor.
Okay, then Kylie could get into the bathroom and Maddie could get into the bathroom. Those kind of, or the bathroom was separate from the rooms, or
Yeah.
Yeah.
it was separate.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
right outside one of the bedroom doors.
The
on
bathrooms
each
weren't
floor.
connected to any bedroom, I don't think.
No, it's just right outside the bedroom doors
Mm-hmm.
because they usually stack them. So if the bathroom was on the
It had
okay,
to be
I
in
don't know my
the middle.
eastern.
No,
I don't know my directions. Let me just shut up.
Okay, so
just try
okay,
to
wait.
remember the back of the balcony, and the first window was Maddie's. Yes.
Liza, I think your mic is popping.
Oh.
I hear something.
Okay, let's see.
Okay, yeah, it must be hers because she muted and I don't hear it now.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I wish I could remember their names.
Let me see if I can find it.
Lady V, whose name are you trying to think of?
The one that did that video.
Milo and Lily. Milo and Lily Van Adventure.
Milo and Lily.
That's it.
Okay, Van
Hey,
Adventure.
T-Rev, how are you? Okay, so let me see if I can find them on
Hey, T-Rev.
here. Okay,
T-Rev, it's Ray Day.
T-Rev.
Okay, so Milo and Lily Van Adventures, right?
That's what he said.
Okay.
Yes, Milo and Lily.
Okay, here we are.
You never sleep, T-Rev.
Nah, he's an Iron Man. That's why I call him all the time.
T-Rev, you doing all right tonight? Oh, wait, I just lost somebody's audio. Who was that?
I think
Not
Liza.
me.
I'm in mute.
Okay.
It's not me.
Okay, so Huda, thank you so much for the super chat. And she said that Maddie tell Adam about Bryan stalking. I don't know. Oh my gosh, y'all, never mind. I pulled up their YouTube channel and I heard something talking. It was one of their videos that was talking
Oh
in my
my, no,
headset.
you didn't.
Oh. I was like, that's weird.
Liza, honey, I'm
Sleep
sorry.
deprivation.
You can unmute. Yeah, it started playing. Huda, thank you so much for that super chat. I mean, hopefully we'll get to. It'll come out what Maddie told Adam as well.
The other thing that I want to know if is
It is your mic, Liza.
again.
Yeah, you
let
might
me
want to
see.
try to unplug in it and plug it back in. That might.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mute first and then unplug it and plug it in, maybe.
Are you on a phone, Liza?
No, I'm on an iPad.
Okay. Well, can't you just take the earbuds out and then just turn your volume up on your iPad?
But the iPad doesn't bother you?
It's your mic, Liza. It's kind of coming in with a little bit of a buzz.
Well, it's like me right now. I'm on my phone and my volume is up on the phone, but I'm talking on it so it doesn't interfere with the chat.
You might try, Liza, getting the iPad, like putting it a little farther away from your mouth. It might be
really
a little too
far
close.
from my mouth.
Is it?
Right
Okay,
now.
then. I'm not
Let
sure.
me-
I'm
let
not.
me-
I don't know what I'm talking about on iPad.
I mean, you understand what I'm saying? It's like having your phone and putting it on a speaker, and you don't get any feedback or anything because you're talking on the same device. It's like being on a phone.
Yeah, okay, you're getting like a feedback loop.
I'm going to go down and then back up to see what's going on. Okay?
Okay.
The guy. That way you guys can continue.
Okay.
Hey, so I was thinking about they had all those, different sightings of the vehicle, wouldn't? Because I know on another like thing where they had an expert that came and compared a Nissan in a video, even though they couldn't see they can compare his car to the cars that they saw in all the different cam footages.
Mm-hmm.
There's experts that do that. Because they said it was 11 through 13 and then changed 11 through 16, which is kind of hinky to me.
I never heard them ever change it though. It's being claimed somewhere that they changed it to all the way up to a 2016, but I never heard that.
You never heard it from law enforcement?
I never heard that from them.
No,
I
they
heard it on the sleuth, but yeah, I don't know if I heard the law
they
enforcement.
stopped at 20. They left us with 2011 through 2013, but in
Right.
the PCA said, one of the FBI agents who does that part said that it can be a 13 through a 16, but they never told us that. They just kept us looking for 11
Right.
through
That's
13.
how I remember it too.
Yeah.
it wouldn't have made a bit of difference to me because I wouldn't even know what, a launcher was. So it's a white car.
Well, I just know they have experts that can look at video and compare the vehicle and say if that's the vehicle or not.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised that they have an AI program that can just put a picture of a car and it'll tell you what the make and models are. Pretty soon.
Krista, do you want to leave your camera on?
One thing I will say is that
hey, Krista,
every white
Hey.
Elantra that we've seen looks like it has very dark tinted windows, but when they pulled him over, it was
didn't
like a
look like he
glass
had
house.
tinted windows. Right.
Yeah.
I noticed that too.
Hey, Krista.
Hi,
Krista,
Lady
you doing all
G.
right?
Yeah, this will be my second time on a panel, so
nice.
Well, welcome.
so
Yeah, I
little
talked to her.
awkward.
She can't. Didn't you come up on? Yeah, you came up in Joe's, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so Krista, you doing all right?
I am. I'm doing well. Are you doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Good. Do I sound okay?
Yeah, you sound
I
great.
hear you good.
Okay, cool.
What's on your mind, Krista?
I'm just trying to catch up in chat real quick, y'all. Go ahead.
The only idea I had is if they had a Halloween party and maybe possibly he could have slipped in at that time and no one would have noticed
Yeah.
to case
That
the
is.
house.
That's a good
Oh,
thought.
that is a good thing. Yeah. I didn't even think about that. Like dress up, nobody knows who he is.
Yeah.
Could
Kind
have
of
even dressed up in the murder outfit that he went in.
that would be creepy.
Oh, that would be bad.
Yeah, dressed up as himself,
Oh God, yes, Lord.
a monster.
All right. I never thought of that though.
Yeah,
That's a
I
good
didn't think of that
theory.
either. Yeah, that is.
I mean, he could have very well just slipped in there, kind of like made himself blend in as he was casing the house.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they would have
Did
been
any of
so
you?
drunk they wouldn't have noticed anyway.
True.
Did any of you ever watch this? I forget what it's by. It's not Bloomhouse, but it's some weird one like that. Did you guys ever see this movie? I watched this movie that had it was Halloween. This guy was dressed up in a suit and tie type of thing, and he was hauling. It was a hit. He was a hitman. So he was carrying this body all over town, and he like went into this party and set this body down in a corner, and people asked him what he was, and he told him he was a serial killer, and they thought it was hilarious because he had the body and everything. They were like filling it like, man, this feels real. And
Oh man,
that would give me that's what
that's
that's what
crazy.
he would give me the vibes of, somebody like that coming in. That'd be
But
weird.
honestly, I wouldn't put it past Bryan to do something like that.
I wouldn't either. It's a really good thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is creepy though, honestly. I think that it's a possibility that he could have done that.
Wow. God,
I mean,
that's
it's a perfect opportunity, but I mean, we don't know whether or not they actually had a Halloween party, so it
well.
was
No,
just
the
an
girls were
idea.
the girls had dressed up in those Santa suits.
I
Remember?
think they did have one because wasn't Ethan and like the minion dude or
Ratatouille.
Yes,
The
yes,
mouse and the chef.
yes. Him and Xana was and it looked like one of the TikToks or something they did was right in the parking lot of the
Yeah,
house.
yeah. I think that was the one of the girls, wasn't it? They were all in the Santa baby
Well,
outfits.
the girls were like mean girls, Santa babies or something
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
The King House girls were dressed like that.
Yes,
Yeah.
all four of them.
Man, I'm sure they got a lot of attention everywhere.
He's like, he's gonna go find that TikTok.
Yeah, he is. Yeah,
That's
he
when
is.
they were
Who
dressed
said
up.
that?
That's when they were dressed up as the girls
Man,
off of the movie Mean Girls.
that's why I drink. You see, I get attacked. I'm just sitting here being peaceful.
You are. Well, maybe you should go get a drink.
Look at you trying to get people liquored up.
I don't drink,
Scarlett,
so
can we get
somebody's got to.
Huh?
Scarlett? We got. I'm getting intimidated over
He
here.
said, "Can we get security?"
She's pushing drinks down my throat.
I don't know what to tell you.
Scarlett,
Sorry.
save me.
Sorry.
Mods.
Bring out them rooms.
Oh man,
Where are them blue names when you need them? Damn it!
they say it's your fault.
All the blue. I don't see any blue blue names on chat anymore. They're all quiet.
No, Chrome
I'm just
Crazy's
kidding.
still in there. Let's see.
I'm just kidding.
White Widow Baby
gonna
Troll is up
block
getting me
me?
something to eat. So
Somebody gonna block me?
No, you're unblockable.
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 Unblockable. Notice he said unblockable.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do you have anything to show us tonight on your
Who?
computer?
Me?
Ryan.
Just my OnlyFans.
Oh
Oh,
no,
no,
I'm-
I don't want.
We don't
all
need to
right.
see that.
Good night, guys.
Yeah.
Good night, Pam.
Guys, they're very tasteful. It's art.
Nah, good
I
night.
don't want to
Alright.
see it.
It's
Okay.
art.
Good night, everyone.
Are you serious?
Imagine.
No.
No, I imagine. I don't have an OnlyFans.
Oh man,
Like, man, you are done run him off.
don't
go,
even,
James.
don't even talk about it, Guapo. He said it very tasteful. I don't even want to hear that.
Ugh.
Bro,
It's
it's
called
not for
art.
guys. It's ladies only.
It's called art.
Still don't want to see it. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I don't either.
I don't blame y'all. I wouldn't either.
Sandra, you're very welcome, honey.
Guapo's a OnlyFans millionaire.
I'm my only fan. Actually, I stole that joke. That was a joke from Jim, and Jim Jules in chat. She told me that. I'm my only fan. That's a good one. But no, I don't have anything. Sorry, Lady V. Not tonight.
I got something we could talk about.
Shoot.
We could talk about the second time later that day where he cut his phone off for 3 hours.
Yeah.
So he drove about 2 hours and his phone arrived at Clearwater National Park.
I
And
mean, I
it
can pull
turned
up
off.
Google Map if you want.
Yeah.
If you want to talk me through. All right. Give me 1 second.
Okay, James, do you have the
If that's okay, Scarlett.
affidavit? Yeah, that's fine. James, do you have the affidavit pulled up as well?
I would love to see the affidavit too,
I
actually.
don't.
Okay,
I don't.
I'll pull it up.
I would, yeah.
Okay, before you do that cool thing, could you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yes, I can hear you great.
Your mic sounds great.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's no more popping or
great.
anything.
Because
Good
I
job,
wanted
Liza.
to see this what El Guapo and you guys are doing live right. I have seen it in other channels, and it
Mhm.
doesn't make sense.
What's
The timing and the routes, it
Yeah.
doesn't make, and the pings, it do not make sense.
They really don't.
And I'm like, somebody has to explain this to me, or I'm kind of crazy, but I can count.
You can
Even
or
if it's
can't?
on your fingers.
I'm impressed.
And if Google Map is helping me, I'm doing it. And it doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't
But
me
go
either.
ahead.
It's because it's not triangulating. It's like a
Well, it's
single
like
tower ping or something.
they'll put a time and then they'll go down a little bit further in the affidavit and then they'll put like another time and it's not in order.
Yeah, it's
The
out of order.
timing of everything, and it's making it like super difficult to understand.
It looks like different people wrote different sections.
Yeah, possibly.
In what
Without putting their name with each section that they wrote. That's what I mean, that could be a
Or
possibility.
maybe they put what they thought was more important, so that kind of threw the order off.
Also, you got to think about them saying them trying to get warrants before, and that maybe they already had it pre-written up certain spots, and then had to add stuff afterwards.
Oh yeah, could be.
Okay, so I'm trying to find a spot in the affidavit. Let's see. What time, James, did you say it was?
Oh,
I believe he arrived at Clearwater National Forest at like 2 or 2:20, and instead of cutting his phone off on the route, he literally cut it off when he got there, and it stayed off till like 5:25 p.m. and he turned it back on. So I know some of y'all don't think that he stashed anything, but you know, you got to think about the one other time that he turned his phone off was actually going to commit the crime.
Right.
Yeah.
And the very next afternoon, he does it again, but 2 hours away, and he turns it off for 3 hours at a national forest. That's crazy.
Well, think about this though. Everywhere doesn't have coverage. I used to live up near Yosemite, and a lot of times my phone wouldn't work at all. Zero, period.
Yeah.
Did you guys?
I'm sorry. 1 second. I'm gonna ask suspect something. He asked if I can add signal towers on the map. Suspect, wait, do you know? Is that something you know? Would I have to do that manually, or do you know if there's a layer or something I could put
Probably
over?
like little drop marks if you know
Well,
where they're
okay.
at.
If that's manually, then that's another thing. I'd have to. I could. If you send me a map of them, I could do it.
Yeah.
Okay, but I'm sorry, guys. Go ahead. I don't mean to interrupt y'all.
I do think that the police department would be able to tell though, like whether or not it was just bad service and he lost service, or if he turned his phone off. I think that they would be able to tell. And I know a lot of people thought that he kept the knife, as a trophy, and he got rid of it along the drive to Pennsylvania. But I think when he noticed that he, didn't have the sheath, and he had made a
Yes,
huge mistake,
exactly.
he couldn't get it back, and he panicked, and that's why he turned his phone off and he ditched it somewhere and got rid
Yeah.
of it as quickly as he possibly could.
Exactly. That's what I think, that's my opinion. I mean, that's the furthest that Ellie has him driving other than heading out to Pennsylvania. He drove almost 2.5 hours away that day. That's further than the Albertsons. That's further than the coffee shop and all that. This is like twice, 3 times as far away to a national forest. And whether his phone lost service or not, he was
And
there for 3 hours.
But
And
that's a
I'm
perfect
trying to
place to
find this
stash.
I'm trying to find it in the affidavit too about the national forest.
Yeah. James, do you know where that forest? Was that north?
It was south.
South.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was south.
Okay. So I did a search, but it pulls me way over
Check out
here.
Johnson. Check out Johnson right there.
The town Johnson.
Johnson, Idaho, not Johnson, Washington.
Okay, 1 sec.
See if it's around Johnson.
Okay.
It may not be. I may be getting that confused with the route he took, but
Yeah, it's right there. Well, yeah.
Okay, thank you, K-Mash. All right, let me go
And I
to
believe that.
page 19.
yeah, there it is.
And I believe that
Yeah.
forest is over here too. Let me go ahead and.
Wait, no, this one doesn't have a page 19. Why does it not have a page 19?
Because he doesn't
James.
have a page 2.
Yeah, there's.
Okay, so hold on.
Wasn't the last page all redacted?
First
No,
I
the
think the second or third.
one was the second one.
Well, they said that the second page wasn't really redacted, that it accidentally printed like the back.
Clerical error.
Yeah, like it printed the back of the page, which was blank, so it made it
Okay.
look like something was redacted. I could be wrong, but that's what I heard on
Does
one
anybody
of
have a
those
copy of it?
media sources.
Did they correct
The
it and
suspect
put
way.
in the-
Thank you. I will. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
Did they put out this page 2 then somewhere?
Well, I think it was really
It was a
a
clerical. It was
18.
like
Yeah, I think it was an 18-page PCA, but the blank page made it seem like it was 19 pages with one page redacted.
yeah, the
Oh,
clerk
I
who
see.
scanned them messed up or something.
Yeah.
Okay. So it says here, additional analysis of records for the 8458 phone indicated that between approximately 5:32 and 5:36 p.m., the phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to Johnson, Idaho.
Yes.
Okay, so the phone then stops reporting to the network from approximately 5:36 p.m. to 8:30 p.m.
Okay, so it was 5 to 8. I thought it was 2 to 5, but I know it was a 3-hour gap.
Mm-hmm.
And that's basically like him roaming that forest at night,
In the
like,
dark, yeah.
yes, you can't tell me that, after allegedly murdered 4 students that you just took a, beautiful hike through the forest. Yeah, right.
Okay, and it also says this is consistent with the 8458 phone being in the area that the 8458 phone traveled in the hours immediately following the suspected time the homicides occurred. So what they're saying, from my understanding, is that he went to this area after the murders as well.
Well, he headed south after the murders, but when he got to Genesee, he 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 went, what is it, southwest and brought it back up to Pullman.
Mm-hmm.
But later that day, he headed south and took it all the way to Johnson, Idaho, because people were getting confused with Johnson, Washington, which is
Yeah.
really close to his house,
Right.
But I think that's what he did, because the leaving the crime scene only took him an hour to get home. He turned his phone back on maybe like 20 to 30 minutes later, and then 40 minutes later or 30 minutes later he was at home. But the second time he left it on until he arrived. That's why I don't think it was lost coverage. He left it on until he arrived at the mouth of that forest, and then he turned it off. And then when he turned it back on, it pinged at the forest again. So it's like he turned his phone off, left it in the car, went and did something mysterious, and then once he was done, it was dark. He got back in his car, probably turned his phone off and took off. But your phone gets told on you. This dude is dumb with a phone. That's all I can say. He's
And
dumb
you're
with
supposed
a
to
phone.
be, yeah, he's
True.
supposed to be studying digital forensic stuff. You would think he
Yeah,
wouldn't be.
yeah.
But the problem is that they have to prove that he had the phone all the time. I can take my phone and throw it in your car, and you will go who knows where, and you come back, and I never move.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was a 2-hour drive, so all they need is a couple spots that, connected his car to that route. And unless he says, oh, that day I lent my car to this guy for this long, or this girl, like, it's no different from his car being seen traveling to the scene and then traveling from it. Like, it's
Yeah,
really no different.
Huda says he came back to the crime scene at 9:30, and Huda, thank you for that super chat.
Yeah, he came back for 9 minutes, and then he went back home, and then he went to Albertsons, and then he went to the coffee shop, then he came back home, and then he took off to that forest and came back that night. So,
Yeah, and
you know, like she said, I think he realized I left this sheath. I don't have it. Oh shit. I gotta hide stuff.
yeah, I think he came back to the crime scene not to see, you know, you know, the police there, but just to see if he could possibly get the sheath back, and um, he just he just gave up and
Yeah,
went home.
maybe not necessarily to go in the house and look for it, but maybe like he glanced in his path and looked around while he was driving, like, damn, do I see it? No, I don't. Oh shit, I must have left it in the house. I must have dropped it.
Mm-hmm.
And you know,
Panic.
He
panic.
might have
So
wanted to go back in the house, but saw activity, saw people walking their dogs, yada yada yada, and said, "Hey, I can't dance this. I
yeah,
gotta go."
because if that video that TMZ has is true and it's from that morning, and you drive by where you just murdered people and you see someone pointing a cell phone at you, oh hell no, I'm not. No, I'm out of here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he'd been there for
Exactly.
hours some nights, you know, early mornings, late nights, but this time was only 9 minutes. And then there's now a video of that car going up. What's that street name, Scarlett, with the W?
Melinda,
Momentum.
Oh,
Momentum.
yeah. Yeah. So he probably seen that and he was like, oh shit, it is. It's time to rethink what's going on. Let me go get rid of stuff. Let me start, you know, driving all over the place and, you know,
Leaving my tire marks everywhere.
or leaving his ping other places so it can seem like, you know, he
Yeah.
wasn't there or
Plausible
he wasn't.
deniability.
Yeah.
Now
But
Yeah, that makes sense.
the only problem with this theory, though, the only problem
Mm-hmm.
is that we have not seen any media um, talking about police searching the woods, you know, in this area, knowing that that's where he turned his phone off. I mean, that's the only issue with this theory, because
well,
you'd
they're
think the
not going to say
media,
they're
this.
not gonna let, I mean, you know,
Yeah,
But that's
media
a
is
good
like
point,
the
Krista.
enemy, you know, especially if they're possibly looking for the murder weapon. They probably sent unmarked cars with normal looking undercovers and they're spending, you know, mornings and nights just silently combing that area. And it has to be a very large area, you know.
Yeah.
well, yeah, if he was there for 3 hours, I mean,
I think
yeah.
it's impossible. I saw some of the towers and
Mm-hmm.
the triangulation plus mountains. No way.
Mm. Yeah, if
But
they didn't find DB Cooper, I don't know if they're gonna find the murder weapon.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe
come on, we
he might have
lost
did
this
something.
morning. We
He might have
lost.
did something with it out in that forest.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
Is
mean,
that James? Is that what you were kind of speculating?
Yeah, I mean,
Well, why did you think he went out to the forest?
I think he went out there to, at the very least, get rid of something. Not
Oh
to
yeah.
say that it was the
Either
knife, but
clothes or something.
yeah, clothes, maybe something he took from the house, you know, waited till it got dark and dug a little hole. You know, you can go out there with a little hand shovel in a backpack and dig a nice little hole in about half an hour, you know.
Yeah, but a whole have the problem of the dogs. I think
Yeah.
he went all the way to the river.
Well, do we know
Mm-hmm.
if there's any water at all in this
It's
national forest, creeks, or anything like that?
he goes close to the Snake River.
Yeah,
James, can you give me the name of that national park again? The exact name of it?
Clearwater National Park,
Thank you.
National Forest or National Park,
Yeah.
something like that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we do have a water source. So I
Okay,
mean,
over
that
here.
would
So
be
both of the long trips that he took. So if you look on the map, right
Mm-hmm.
behind that Albertsons, right behind that coffee shop is Snake River. If you look on the map when he left the house and he got to Genesee and then he started going southwest, that's also the Snake River. And if you look where that forest is, supposedly Snake River reaches there too, or some type of water source reaches
Yeah.
there. So
Yes.
Right.
When you and
every
he's
trip that he made after that murder,
There's Snake River.
he went near that water.
So is Snake River the border of it? Or never mind. I'm tripping. Don't listen to me, guys. Sorry.
No, it kind of rips like through the middle of Idaho down towards the south.
I see. Okay. And but okay, so whenever he came south, that's when you're saying down by Lewiston?
Yeah, every trip that he made,
Uh-huh.
the three main trips he made, the hour-long trip home, the 45-minute trip to the Albertsons, and then the 2-hour trip to the forest. All of those he encountered Snake River coming and going. So,
Well,
there's a big chance that, he crossed that river multiple times, to and fro.
All right, and White Widow Baby has a question. She says, if he did that, then wouldn't they be able to take drones out there? I believe that they have devices that can detect disturbed grounds.
Well, you got to think how lush a national forest is. And, like when they were looking for Bryan and they couldn't see anything but treetops and, little open areas. Imagine a national forest.
But in November, though, wouldn't the leaves and everything be off the trees?
They're evergreen trees.
Oh,
Yeah.
And also too, that'd be a lot of batteries you would need for drones. I think they only have like limited
Again,
type.
you could just bring a dog like a bloodhound, give them a scent of Bryan,
Yeah.
and then let it go.
Old fashioned way.
Those dogs are excellent. And it's not, I'm not saying that's what he did, but damn, the movements from when he left that house is just strange. Like hours and hours of unnecessary travel. And they don't clock him going nowhere that far anytime after that day, except for when they headed to Pennsylvania.
Maybe he was doing it to like mess people up, or the police or whatever, if they started
like
looking
put his
into him.
footprint in other spots or something like
Right.
that.
Yeah.
That's
But if
possible.
he was thinking about that phone stuff, he would have never brought his phone in the first place.
Yeah, I
clearly
agree
he
with
wasn't.
that.
He's a dummy. I mean,
Clearly he wasn't. He thought turning it off was enough. So, if he only turned it off during the crime, why leave it after the crime? He's not thinking, okay, the crime's over, I'm gonna just turn it off just the same way I did. But and probably wasn't thinking about getting caught, if not at all, no time soon.
Yeah, because that sheep was left. If that sheep wasn't left, I don't think they find him.
Oh no, we still be talking about speculation and weird stuff right now.
Still pointing finger at kids.
Yeah.
So, is there anything y'all wanted me specifically to do on this maps? I'm kind of derelict of duty, I think. I'm not sure what.
How good of a zoom in on that forest can you get?
On the Clearwater?
Yeah. Can anyone look up how many acres, or how wide or deep that place is?
Yeah, I can look it up. But I was just gonna ask, curious, James, was this in the affidavit, or where did we get this?
It was in that. Scar just read it.
Yeah, from the.
Yeah, it was in there.
So I guess he
That's
took
that's
this.
the only reason I know, because I was like, damn, and
I was just
wondering
double
where
checking, making sure I didn't miss anything. Okay.
it was, because I was confused with Johnson, Washington,
Johnson,
and
Idaho.
they were saying like 2 hours away, and I'm like, that place is like 10, 15 minutes from his house, but there's a Johnson, Idaho mentioned in the affidavit. It says Johnson ID. And then that's when I was like, oh, damn. And, you know, they mentioned that forest or the national park.
Mm-hmm.
So when you go on the map, you're like, damn, that's like a 2-hour drive. And he stayed
Mm-hmm.
there 3 hours. And, you know, around that time, you know, 5 o'clock, it was already getting dark. So it's possible he did something in the dark for 3 hours and then turned his phone back on and took off back home.
Right. Yeah.
So that's just weird.
Yeah.
El Guapo, real quick, check the private chat.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Or yeah, I will. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Let's see. Wait, what is this?
It was a joke though, but I won't like if that. I'm sure that's probably not the only reason to not mention that.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Lori, I'm doing good.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out how the borders of this place. I mean, it looks like he would have just the only real road he would have came in on would have been down over here, up on this road, into the Clearwater National Forest on Highway 12. And it looks like it's on top of a mountain ridge-ish. I don't know. I don't know if anybody in chat's driven through this area.
Is anyone in chat from this area? Or maybe not in this specific area, but oh wait, did you James? Okay, hold on. Let me grab a link. I can't see everybody because the way I got
James accidentally backed out.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Okay. Because the way my page is set up, I've got it like shrunk down to half of my screen, so it hides a lot of the people that's on the panel. So I can't see
Gotcha.
whenever they drop down or
Okay.
anything.
Yeah. I think we just lost him.
Okay, there it is.
My bad, y'all.
Just don't ever let it happen again.
Leave it to Beaver. I always, every now and then,
Fat finger it.
I'll try to
Miss
back out
Kathy,
into
there's
the
water
chat.
behind the Albertsons.
Yeah, get right out of there. But yeah,
You were talking about Albertson. I want to get to that next. Like I make a pin on where the Albertsons was that he went to. I'm curious to see.
what is the name of that place? Oh, I had it in my notes in my head because I was like, I'm gonna get on panel, but
I have
what
some
is the name of
pictures
that
that may
place?
help you. But I don't know how to. I try to split my screen and send it to commentary. I'm gonna get out and send it to Scarlett's. That okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Because it has the FBI pin and the time tables and things like that. That may help El Guapo
Thank
finding
you.
points. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that'll be fine. And my email is pinned at the top of the chat there, and I'm actually going to my email now because Jen has sent something to me. Let me find it here. Here we go. It's a
I'm gonna
map
go.
with a timeline.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. Maybe it's the same.
Okay.
I'm gonna do that.
All right, let's get it. Let me get it put on my computer here. Okay, what about the court TV? Minutes, that's got like mentioned.
Yeah,
Okay, wait. Let's see. What about the court TV? 8 minutes.
Clarkston is the town where.
Okay, thank you.
Clarkston is where the Albertsons, and if you zoom in, like Snake
Washington?
River is literally behind the Albertsons, like literally.
I don't know why I kept thinking he went north. I don't know where I got that idea from.
Look at how close that river is right there. No, he went south all the time.
Okay. Well, I think I was scrambled in my brain on that one. So Albertson was in this area.
Yes.
Okay. Well, actually, let me just go ahead and see if I can find the out. Can I just put in
Yeah, you should
Albertsons?
be able to zoom in.
Albertsons Pharmacy.
Okay, so where did I literally just
Here we
downloaded
go.
the timeline. Where did it go? What the heck?
You see how close that river is to that
Oh, it sure
building?
is. Oh
That's
yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, you could throw a rock from there and get hit in
Yes,
the river.
literally.
Looks
Okay.
like it looks like
Is
it's
that
pretty
where they
wide. I got
is
jet
that where
boats in
they
there.
kept mentioning the coffee shop and all that?
Yes, the coffee shop
Okay.
and the little urgent care clinic or whatever it is right next to the coffee shop. So they were thinking that maybe he didn't even go to the coffee shop, but more than likely he needed something because I'm sure he was not sleeping that night.
Was it
Right.
Starbucks, Dutch
No,
Brothers, or
it was
Amsterdam?
called Mary's Cup of Joe or
Cup of
something like
Joe or some Cup of
Okay.
Joe. But they mentioned that like several times in the affidavit, that Cup of Joe place, coffee shop or whatever.
that. It's right next to Albertsons, like to the left on that map.
Cup of Joe's. No. Okay, it's just next to Albertsons. Okay. Oops. Oh, sorry.
All right, Scott, I got the video. Thank you. Okay. And then Jen sent me, if I can get it, she sent me a timeline.
There's a Starbucks right here.
Uh,
No, it's like Mary's Cup of Joe or a female
Okay.
named Cup of Joe, something like that.
yeah, let me go back to the affidavit real quick and I can get the name. Oh, wait, where is
But
it?
we know he went to this Albertsons for
Yes,
sure, and then that Cup of Joe
parked.
for sure.
Yeah, he parked and went in the Albertsons.
Yeah,
Okay.
they got him on camera footage.
Okay.
But
And I wonder if he had gloves on.
supposedly he went to the coffee place first, but was only there for 13 minutes and then went, or it could be vice versa. But I thought it was like the
So
coffee place is 3 minutes from Albertsons, and he went
one sec.
there for 13 minutes, and then he went to
Yeah,
the Albertsons for like 25 minutes.
that's when
So
they're
he came
saying
over
that he
here.
stopped in at that little medical place, wasn't it?
Yeah, because it
It,
was so close to the coffee shop that
it's called Kate's Cup of Joe.
Kate's Cup of
Okay.
Joe. There it
Yeah.
is.
Already.
Kate did it, like Scarlett's merch.
All right.
Do you
It
think
says
that's
it says at approximately 12:36 p.m. the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe Coffee,
Right there.
which it says a coffee stand, located at 810
Oh, it's
Port
tiny.
Drive in Clarkston, Washington.
Oops. Whatever. Right here.
Yeah, it's to the left of the Albertsons on that map.
There we
And
go.
it said like he stayed there for maybe 13 minutes, and then 3 minutes later, he was seen on Albertson's camera going in there at about 1:40-ish, 1:45-ish, and coming out at about 1:08, something like that.
Didn't he
Right.
then go get something to eat or something too?
It's possible.
Yeah, he left out of Albertsons, it says. Let's see, at approximately 12:49, interior surveillance camera showed Kohberger walk through the store, purchased unknown items at the checkout, and left at approximately 1:04 p.m. His possible path of travel is depicted below. And that's when they have this like weird uh map with a bunch of arrows,
Yeah.
and you
That's
can't
yeah,
tell
that's the map that's like
where he's
confusing.
right, and it shows the river and all that where he's at right now, but how they've got all the arrows just bunched up, you can't tell
Right.
what is what.
Yeah.
Do we know those arrows are even supposed to signify?
Supposedly his path.
That's his path. Okay.
Well, it looks very populated around that area where the access to the Snake River is.
Yeah, I'm
So, I mean,
thinking maybe.
maybe that was his first idea, and then
Yes,
he just
exactly.
realized there were too many people.
Too much going on there.
Yeah.
Because it
So-
says that from 5:32 to 5:36, the phone utilized cellular resources that provided coverage to Johnson, Idaho, and then that's when it went out for 3 hours.
Yep.
So when he got here, or he was in this area for 3 hours with his cell phone off.
No, he was there for
He left that
approximately
area at
like
104.
40 minutes.
So he was
Yeah.
just there for 40 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, and then he headed supposedly he did some weird movement around there, and then he headed home. And then,
Mhm.
well, he headed towards home, and shortly after took the trip down to Johnson, Idaho, which is like a 2-hour plus drive. And that's when he got there around 5:30, stayed there till 8.
Okay.
And
Well. Okay. Yeah. Well. So. Okay. So look at this, James. I'm glad you're coaching me through this, because this is it's obvious now when we look at it. But if he leaves this area and he goes to Johnson, he's driving along this river that whole way.
the whole way.
The whole way. Yeah. I'm sorry if you
That's
mentioned
what I
that
was saying.
earlier.
The whole
Okay.
entire
Yeah.
route, he was near a river. The whole route.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
the
for
whole
sure.
route.
Yeah. That's 1000% like obvious. Like why? Yeah. Why would you drive? So he ditched the clothes and the knife in the river somewhere along all the. He had
Possibly.
all, I mean, it's smart. I mean, I mean, if, I was thinking he did it in this area, and I was like, man, that's sketchy. But no, that's smart. You go all this way, you could, take a shit along this highway, or along the highway, and not have anybody see you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's so much. Excuse my
Where does
language, but
that river go to? Like, where does it going south? Where would it go to?
I
the
think
other
it
way.
goes to the what's under Idaho?
Utah?
Yeah, I think it goes down through all of that.
Nevada?
I think it would be Utah. Wouldn't
Okay,
it?
I'm sorry. Let me put the this back on. I believe, yeah. There's Nevada.
I thought Snake River went through Wyoming.
I think you're
Isn't
in
it
Canada right now, aren't
famous
you?
I'm lost.
for that?
You're in Canada, right?
No, I was not in Canada.
Wait, what? No. He wasn't up far enough to be in Canada. I thought I saw the line going across. So I believe Utah is below Idaho.
Yeah, it is. It is. But so you want me to figure out where the Snake River feeds? Was that your question?
I was just wondering if anybody knew like where it went to.
It
Well,
looks
I'm
like
pretty
it's a convergence of 3 rivers. Like, it's like you got one here, one over here. The mouth, I mean, Snake River looks like it turns into Lake Bryan.
Yeah,
Is this what you're wanting me to do?
different places will name, have different names or
For it, yeah.
So it looks like it connects to the Columbia River
Okay.
and Hood
So yeah,
River,
that's fine. I just didn't know where
and
that
it feeds out
river.
over here.
I didn't know
Whoa,
where it
goes
went
out to
to.
Long Beach, Idaho, or Oregon, or whatever. Okay, never mind. Sorry. And then the other way. Do you want me to see where it goes that way?
No, you don't have to.
Okay. There we go. Oh, here we go.
I just didn't know where it went. Like going south, like would it be like have a strong current in it or something like that?
But yeah, no. So you're trying to figure out which way the current's going on it.
Right. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Well. Yeah, that's interesting, because I would think it would go towards the coast, which would be to the left, but I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure.
I thought Snake River was famous in Wyoming.
Was that right?
Yeah,
Wyoming?
it's the same river.
It's possible.
It goes through Wyoming. Snake
Okay.
River.
I'll be darned.
It's famous.
Wyoming, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. 1,000 miles long. Over
That's a good
1,000
river to
miles
abandon.
long.
Sounds like a good river to dispose of evidence in.
Oh
Well, do
yeah.
they have any like we live right here close to the Red River, and we have walking dams that go up and down, like down the river going south. What does that river have the dams on it?
Someone mentioned that yesterday, I believe.
Yeah, I remember that. Somebody was talking about that.
If it had a dam. Oh, I think that was you, Scarlett.
Yeah, it was Lady, I think, Lady V.
She said, does it have like dams
wouldn't
or
be
anything?
me.
No, okay.
I think it has several dams on it because it messes with sturgeon reproduction.
Hey, is
Oh,
that what's in that
yeah.
picture? Was that a
Yeah, that's
sturgeon?
a sturgeon, a white sturgeon.
I just realized,
Jeez, that thing
yeah,
is a
never mind.
beast.
Okay, so Sweet Melissa says that the Snake River is fast moving. It goes through at least 3 states, and if he put anything in there, they will never find it. Okay, so yeah, that's what I was wondering about the current.
I don't
3D, how
doubt
are
it.
you?
Unless that
Thank
route
you.
he took was so busy that that's what took him to the forest. If he dropped anything in there,
It's
Yeah,
gone.
you're
it's
never
not
gonna
even
find it.
worth the resources to
Yeah, it's
ever
gone.
try
Yeah,
to find that.
sturgeon. So what was he doing in Johnson? Do we know how long he was in Johnson?
3 hours.
Yeah, that's where the phone went off for the 3
Oh,
hours.
See, and that's the thing, like along the route, the phone never went off. It was not until he arrived there
Yeah, between
that
those
the
specific
phone went
times.
off. Yeah.
Let's see.
oh,
So
okay. Let me.
it stopped reporting to the network at approximately 5:36 to 8:30 p.m.
Yep. And I only say that because it seems like
That
when
would
he
be crazy.
does turn his phone off is when he's doing something,
Wrong.
really strange or bad or wrong or
4
criminal
hours.
or something.
So when he drove all the way over here, he had his phone on, so he was pinging this whole way,
Pinging
and
the
then
whole way.
and then he gets to Johnson, and then he turns it off for 4 hours.
Yeah, he turns it off for 3 hours,
3
but
3
hours.
hours.
he
Okay.
he didn't turn it off until he pinged there and then
Turned it off. So then
turns it on and pings back home. Like what this
so
dude,
And
for
man.
see, if
so
it
I
would have
bet you
been like cutting out, like it's like around here where I'm at, our service will cut in and out. It seems like it would have like picked up on a cell tower and then went out and then picked up again and then went out like as he was driving.
Mhm.
Whereas this time it stayed off for 3 hours. So he
Yeah.
was more than likely sitting still wherever he was at, turned it off, went and did whatever he needed to do, left from that area and then cut it back on.
Yep.
I wouldn't think that he would cut it off in that where exactly he stopped at. I wouldn't think anyway.
Well, he might
Or
have
But
pulled
then
a
again, he's
super.
dumb.
Well, he might have been smart and gone somewhere with like a rented a little locker, put his phone, locked it in the locker, then drove back to the river over here, dumped it, and then came back and picked up his phone, and so he could say, the whole time I drove along that river, I never stopped. Y'all have proof."
Yeah, but the timing, okay, so from there to there is 2+ hours. But
From Johnson to
his phone
Greer.
was only off for 3 hours. So I mean
Well,
it's possible. Maybe
I
he
think the
didn't
river's
go
right
as
here.
far back as the Albertsons. That's
No. Yeah,
possible.
he didn't. He only had to go from Johnson to Greer. The river's right here.
Oh yeah.
So that's
What's the range of cell towers? He could have passed the
actually, you know
range of that cell tower.
what's the range? I'm not sure of the.
I mean, how
This,
far can the cell tower
no, it's only.
detect the signal?
I'm not sure, but the distance from Johnson to Greer to back to the river is, as a crow flies, only 12 miles. So,
But is that mountainous region through there?
but there is right here. It looks like
So that could
some.
have. I wonder if that would have like interrupted the cell service as well.
Well, but do you see what? Do y'all understand the point the theory I was kind of just saying is he could have drove all the way to Johnson and with his phone on. He gets to Johnson, finds like a place that rents, like, rent a locker or something, or where, or a gym even, and just goes in and puts his phone, turns his phone off, puts it in that locker, locks it, gets in his car, and then just drives back over here to the river, which is only 12 miles as the crow flies, drop it, then come back and pick his phone back up, turn his phone back on, and then start pinging again. And so this whole time he's driving around the river, he's never stopping on the river. So he could say, I never stopped. So I mean, so it would,
Right.
it wouldn't look shady. And he'd say, y'all don't have anything on me because I didn't do anything. I never stopped by the river. Y'all don't have proof of me.
Unless the place
You see what I'm
he
saying?
stopped at, has him on film doing that, then you look shady as ever,
Right.
If you go into a gym,
Let's
put
hope he's
something
that
in a
stupid.
locker and take off.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. You're right. That is a good point. I mean, but yeah,
Melissa,
you're right.
thank you for the super sticker, honey.
It's weird, Guapo. I'm telling you, it makes you think like a whole bunch of stuff.
Absolutely.
I understand what you're saying 100%. Is that's how weird it is. Like we
Yeah.
can't understand what he did.
I think he did all that on purpose.
I think we're all smarter than he is.
Yeah, no
I'm
doubt.
not. I don't think I'm smarter than anybody, but
know,
but if you look at the geography and you look at his movements, that picture, if I'm trying to be a sneaky person, that would be something that my mind would cook up, was doing something like that.
okay, I have one for you guys.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What if he stashed it someplace, then he left and did all of this stuff to make it look like he stashed it somewhere along the route, but it's really stashed back close to where he could get to it quicker?
But why?
I don't think he was
Because
gonna
they'll be
panic.
searching all
He
of
would
that.
confuse people.
The thing is,
They'd be doing the same thing we just did about where could he drop it along the route when it's all just back in
Close to
his
his
little
house.
area somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah. He
I
would have
just
done all that
figure
just to
that
confuse people.
I would figure that at this time he wasn't necessarily in that mind state of trying to throw people off,
Unless he
I
had it
think he
planned
was.
out. If
I
he
think he
had it
was.
planned out, I mean, he could have taken a jog, put that stuff somewhere hidden, and then drive. I'm not talking all at once. I'm talking, here or there, and like before or whatever, gone and taken a jog and put that someplace, and then gets in a car, drives all the way down there, makes it look so suspicious, drives all the way back, and it's been in town the whole time.
But
That's
why
what
would
I
he
would
keep?
do.
But why do all that?
To
And
do exactly what we just did, have
but
everybody looking all the way down that river instead of, it's like a magician, look over here while I have it over here.
I totally understand that. For me, it's
just
the
too rich. It's like
fact
you're doing
of
all that stuff
the phone being turned off
Oh,
with
wait a
him
minute. Did it?
makes me think that it happened when he turned that phone off,
Oh, wait. I think I just,
Was
I think I just, because his phone was pinging on the way there, right? So
Yes.
Yes.
I'm wrong.
Yes.
That's totally wrong.
Well, like
I
White Widow
forgot
Baby
that part.
said, for all we know, law enforcement could have they could have the weapon.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Whoa.
I mean, they could have
Don't
found
plot
it.
twist me like that. My brain, I'm on a knife's edge right now. Like
They
I
could have
can't
found
take any
it
more
in
turns.
they could have found it in his apartment or his office whenever they did the search warrant.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I don't
And
think
I
that's
hope
something
they
that
did.
I would keep close to the shield until this
Right.
trial. I wouldn't let a human being know that.
Yeah,
Right.
because he wouldn't even. Well, I don't know if his attorney would be able to know what they found. So he would know, but nobody else would.
Yeah, his attorney
Sorry,
can only
guys.
go off of the PCA right now. There could be a ton of stuff they're hiding from her. And
Right.
not necessarily hiding, it's just
Wait.
we're gonna give you this much to build your case, but little do you know we're
No, they
gonna
have to give them full
crush you.
discovery. They have to
Okay,
give
but
everything to their. They
okay,
can't admit anything to
okay,
the court unless they gave it to the other people.
okay. I'm an idiot. So
You're
Don't
not
use
an
those
idiot.
words to describe yourself. You're an
his phone can
empowered
ping
woman.
wherever. I'm sorry, I'm tired. So I'm like, what did that have to do with what
You're an
he was
independent
dropping?
woman.
His
Mhm.
his phone has nothing to do with him dropping stuff off. I still say he could have taken it and hidden it somewhere where he had planned and then drive all the way down there and drive all the way back, because then his phone is pinging to let them know, hey, I went this away, when actually he has it back there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I have another thing. If somebody spoofed his phone, like somebody in LE, you know what I mean? If they spoofed his phone, would it show it as his phone pinging or another phone?
His.
I'm not familiar with spoofing phones.
Well,
Me either,
well,
but I know it happens.
I don't know, because I worked at AT&T for 10 years, okay?
Oh
So
wow.
I don't really think that it would show up as his phone, because it's not really the number. I mean, we do trace it by the telephone number, okay? But ultimately that telephone number is hooked to a SIM card, which is why you have to get rid of your SIM card if you get rid of a phone, right?
Right.
So it's ultimately hooked to that SIM card. So if they look close enough, which is not that hard, I'll be honest with you, it's only a few clicks on the computer from the phone number to find the SIM card number.
Mhm.
Every time you go into any cellular place at all and you buy a phone, that phone is going to go to the SIM card number, because that's actually what is making it that phone number.
Yeah. But the
Yeah.
SIM card goes to the coverage provider, and that's where LE
Right,
got got all of this from.
right,
They
from AT&T.
yes. So
Right.
maybe not like maybe not us or LE. Maybe they can see certain stuff, but if
Oh no.
AT&T gave them that, they
Yeah,
can
I
see
mean,
everything that SIM card's doing.
yeah, I mean it, because it all originates with that same SIM card to ping on. The
Yeah.
SIM card, and so it wouldn't have mattered if he changed phones or whatever. If somebody spoofed his phone, I do not believe that it would show up as in it might at first show up as his, but once they pull it up in the computer and it doesn't match the SIM card number that he has, they'll know that it's not his phone.
Yeah.
Okay, well, White Widow Baby says real quick, just like Ellie was telling us about the white car, and they knew all the while that we were still looking around, they could have the weapon while we're still looking for the weapon.
Exactly, White Widow baby. And
That's a good point.
the fact that there's a gag order, you
They
know,
can't they
they
can't come
can't
out and
even
say
tell no one.
right, and they may be just letting us search for this knife or speculating over this weapon or whatever just to keep us busy and distracted so we're not looking other places.
Yeah.
You
Get
know,
the get the web
just like
sleuths
they did
off
with the
of.
car. I mean, honestly, I think they did that with the car.
Oh, I
Yeah.
You
do
know,
too.
we know where the car is and we know who owns it, but let them keep looking for it. That'll
Right.
keep them busy.
Right.
Yeah.
Get those
Generate
web sleuths
publicity
off.
for the story.
I
Get them off
do
that
kind of,
case.
I kind of think that, with this case, it's a lot more simple and
Mhm.
than we're,
Overthinking
like,
it.
I
oh
do
yeah,
too.
a little bit. Like the fact that his phone went to this location and then was turned off after the murder. And sorry I said that. But anyway, like
It's fine.
he knew he lost his sheath, so he was frantic and freaking out. And maybe he tried to go down just the river where, near Albertsons. Too many people. So then he took this route to go up and find a different location,
Mhm.
to ditch the stuff in the river. And I think it's just, I don't think he's a mastermind. And I
Yeah.
definitely, afterwards, I think he was just in a panic.
I totally agree.
Oh, I
He had
agree with
really
that.
messed up.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that. Did you
Normally,
guys?
That sounds good. Sounds good enough for me.
I mean, that makes sense to me. Did you guys see that report that came out today? They were talking about it on Brittany J's about when he was transported there, he was talking to himself, he didn't talk to the LE, but he
Oh
was
yeah.
talking to himself saying everything's fine, everything's okay, and kind of going over things in his head.
Like
And
he
they
was
said he looked
reassuring himself.
He
right,
was
and they
trying to
said he
portray
looked
the
very,
loony.
very nervous there.
But you know, to be fair, I did when he got in jail. I did saw some website posting alleged stories of him doing things inappropriate towards female guards, and it was like
no, he
obvious
didn't
not.
do that.
Yeah, so some of these reports coming out about guards or people observing them, I kind of
Yeah,
take it with a grain of salt.
well, I
Yeah.
understand that, but this was reported in, I don't think it was the Daily Mail. It was, gosh, do you remember, Krista?
Wall Street Journal.
Chris,
No, I
do you know what
don't.
I'm talking about, though?
That
Was
he
it
was
inside?
reassuring himself?
Was it
This is
Inside Edition or something like that?
I know Krista and Lisa, sorry, must have heard it because it was on Brittany's, and they showed the article in the paper, and I remember them saying it wasn't the Daily Mail, it was something else.
It was
And
People.
yeah, exactly. Why didn't you say that at first, James?
I said People or Inside Edition, and then someone in chat
I
said
didn't
People,
hear it.
and then Binky Bear says it's fake.
Okay, why?
I don't know.
Why
It's
did
just
I
the
did see that.
media.
I saw that today,
Okay,
but I don't know.
I
I don't
can
know if
see
it was
him
fake
doing
or
that
not.
though.
But I think, like Krista said, and
Yeah.
not to say that we're
37
thinking
minutes
out of the box. I just think we're trying to figure out what he did during those,
with this stuff.
because I still think it's as simple as that. All that day he went weird places, hours out of the way. Weird, he's got a Walmart 5 minutes from him, and here he is an hour away. Then here
Right.
he is 2 hours away. I believe, it's simple. I'm trying to figure out, like, what could he have done, during
Right.
those simple weird things.
Yeah, I get hold on. Liza said I was not looking, Lady V, but gag order police should not be talking. Well, that's true. They shouldn't be. Oh yeah, that's true.
Liza's not up here? Oh no.
I
Oh,
think
I thought Liza was up here.
she
Oh,
was.
No, I
she
think
went
I
to
think
send
we
Scarlett.
check
She
that.
sent you something, Scarlett.
Yeah, she just
Yeah.
finished. It's several different screenshots and of like the pings and stuff like that. So I'm gonna have to take her screenshots and try to build a map with it for it to make sense.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
You see what I'm saying? Because like each
Mhm.
screenshot, it's hard to just by going by one screenshot at a time.
Yeah.
I still think
That's
that
cool.
he dumped it on his way home. He dumped whatever he needed to dump on his way home. He didn't save it. He didn't save the
Wait, on his
clothes.
way home from the
On the
murder?
way home on the 13th.
Then what's the difference between that and what I was saying?
None. I mean, they would be the same
No,
thing.
like you were saying, he did that other drive down to the forest as a red herring.
Right. I mean, I
But
know that sounds complicated, okay? I get
no,
that. But if I can think of it in a, if I, okay, if I can think about that and my head's going to where am I going to put this stuff, and I want to get rid of it somewhere close because I want to be able to get a hold of that knife again, if in case they don't catch me, then I could just go for a Sunday drive, so to speak, and just throw them off there.
right. Right.
That I mean,
But
that's not complicated.
no,
That's
that's not
simple.
complicated, but let's look at it like from a probability, like odds, aspect. If you want to increase your odds of getting away with a quadruple murder, right?
It's
That's
got
your
to
only.
be the hell with that knife.
Yeah, you're like, okay, so you're not going to leave it in this area where there's no water and dogs can sniff all this flat looking area pretty easily.
Yeah, but he took
But
his
why would you
phone with him.
hold on, let me finish. So if you why would you drive all the way down by this river where the dogs cannot smell, like it's going to be gone? And so like why do all that but then keep the most damning piece of evidence so close to where there's cameras all over in this area. So
Yeah.
he's not going to
Yeah,
be
no,
able to hide it.
I understand what you're
I'm just
saying,
saying
but why did
from a
but
odds perspective, the probability that if you leave it here, it's like you're stacking the deck against you. The odds are terrible as
well,
opposed to
I
if you go and throw
understand
it in
that.
the river, the odds are dramatically improved,
Well, I
like
understand
substantial.
that, El Guapo. I get that. But if you're thinking about that, then why did the idiot go back and drive over there the
No,
next morning?
I,
Why did he?
I'm thinking of it at one layer. That's just one layer. That's not all layers. And I'm just saying, if let's just take one layer and let's just say odds
I'm just
only.
saying he does
With the
stupid
odds
stuff.
layer only, that would make the most sense.
That is true. He does do stupid stuff.
He does
Yeah.
stupid things.
He
Right.
does.
That's my point.
Right, but I mean, we're trying to like kind of look at different what's probable, what's likely. I mean, if we just say, well,
Okay.
you know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, I
If
agree,
I
he
look
could have done some.
if I look at what's probable and what's likely, I'm going to go back and see what he did before. So he took his car, drove around there for 12 weeks, and then he goes back there the next day with his car. He doesn't know
Mhm.
when to turn his damn phone off. And so now I'm thinking, well, probability is he probably stashed it somewhere where they could find it. And then he's driving all over
No,
the place like a red herring. I mean,
no.
the
When
probability.
when I'm saying probability, I'm not saying probability that he did something. I'm saying probability that this action will lead to you being caught. So if you hide it over here, the probabilities of the cops finding it is a lot more higher than if you ditch it in the river. It'd be a lot more lower
No,
probability. I'm not saying what's
I
the
get that.
probability of him making a bad decision. I'm saying what's the probability of just like a sports bettor saying, okay, I'll give you 2-to-1 odds that we can hide a knife in here and the cops will find it. You want to take those odds? Or we say, I'll give you 100-to-1 odds that we can throw a knife in the river and the cops will never find it. You want those odds? That's all I'm
Yeah.
speaking. And I'm not
Okay.
what I mean? I'm not talking about his psychology or anything.
No, I totally get that, and I'm not either. I'm just saying, if you think that he's like, okay, I'll give you 2-to-1 odds on this, well, his phone pinged all around their
Yeah.
house. His car was all around their house. So what makes you think his weapon isn't going to be any different? I mean,
I'm not.
you would,
I'm
in
not.
your
Yeah.
logic, he would say, okay, I'm not taking my phone to
No.
the
My
house
logic.
because it can ping. I'm not
You're.
taking my car to the house because they're going
I'm.
to see it.
I'm not. I'm not. My logic isn't. I'm not trying to factor in his logic. I'm just trying to look at odds of like probability of like
Yeah.
it's a choice.
But
Choice
Yeah.
A, leave it here, or choice B, leave it here. Which one has the most odds? Everything else, in a vacuum, all else being equal, none of the other things matter. Just those two factors. What are the odds that law enforcement will find a bloody knife in this area or find it one dumped in the river? And so I'm saying, if you just look at those odds, I'd say that it's very likely that somebody would choose the odds. I mean, why do all this where you have the option to eliminate all those odds and just math? It's just numbers. It's like playing the craps or whatever, black or poker. Like, why would you
Going
not
off
take the math?
odds, going
I'm
off
a,
odds, he's not going to drive home with evidence, even knowing that he already left.
But
He
But
left
the
the
only problem with
street.
that, Ray, is like the distance between here to here is so small. The cop will find
it's
something.
like
He did this.
No,
9
Yeah.
miles, I believe it is.
he
They'll-
left south. He drove over an hour to get to his
True.
house.
That's true. That's true. You're
And
right.
he had
You're right.
many opportunities while driving that long way home to be able to drop off, throw it in a river, throw it in a
But that's what I
lake or a
say.
reservoir.
This is the only river. That's what we're saying.
All right,
Okay,
y'all.
There's no
Real
so
quick,
water
real
along
quick
that
before,
What's
northern
up, Scarlett?
line.
real quick
What's
before I
that,
have
Scarlett?
to, real quick before I have to leave out for tonight.
Mm-hmm.
He honestly, if we just sit and we just think about it, y'all, this dude drove his car, his own personal car, to where he murdered 4 kids. He
Mm-hmm.
had his phone with him. I mean, this dude is. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't find the knife in Pennsylvania.
That's true too. Yeah, the
Honestly,
cops might
like,
have it. Oh, in
I wouldn't
Pennsylvania?
either.
No
yeah,
now
way. You
that
think
yes,
I
would
so?
be
wouldn't. I
crazy.
wouldn't be
I need to
surprised.
listen. I didn't hear you say Pennsylvania. No.
I
yes,
What?
it
wouldn't be
would
Yeah.
not.
surprised.
It's crazy.
I wouldn't
I'm
be
You,
serious.
surprised if
I
he
mean,
didn't hide it somewhere around
In his
his house
dad's
in
clothing.
Pennsylvania either.
hide it in
Yeah,
his prison wallet.
put it in his dad's clothing, in his dad's luggage, and whenever they're driving back to Pennsylvania, it's in his dad's luggage. And yeah, he takes it back to Pennsylvania. He grew up there. He knows those woods probably by like the back of his hand, and he
Yeah,
hid it somewhere safe that he knows no one else is going to find it. Once again, like another safe place that he feels comfortable with.
right.
Right.
And yeah,
I totally
Yeah.
agree
I
with you.
just don't see him
I don't think so.
wanting that knife. Like I can
I'm
understand,
with
but
you on that, James.
the most damning piece of evidence
Mm-hmm.
plus the most damning clue at that crime,
Mm-hmm.
I don't want shit to do with that knife.
Mm-mm. I mean, that's why gang people who do drive-bys, you always see them ditching the murder. It's just like that's just what you do is you always get rid of the weapon. You just
yeah,
ditch
but
it always.
okay. So let's just say if you're gonna go commit a crime, are you gonna take your personal car and your phone with you to do it?
Hell no, I don't got balls to do anything
I
like that.
think so.
Okay, but
Okay.
this dude did. So what makes you
Yeah,
think he don't
but it's
he's
just,
not dumb enough to drive it all the way back to Pennsylvania?
My
I
thing
mean,
is, he's not thinking logically
No,
at
he's.
all.
mm.
I
Okay.
don't think he is either.
Can I
Go
say
ahead,
something?
Liza.
Yes,
Sure, go
Tressa,
Yeah.
ahead.
please.
Okay. From the chat, I was listening to you guys, and I was just imagining the jury, and I was thinking, damn, if they go for that, they have a problem
Why do you say that?
Can you
because
explain?
we have six people here, and nobody can, see the same thing.
That's what I just asked in chat. Could y'all see this panel right here as
Oh,
the
but
jury members?
Yeah.
that jury is
Well,
gonna get to see stuff that we'll never get to see.
yeah, we don't have we don't like have nothing to go off of. We're just pure
That
But
spectator.
jury, that
Yeah, they're
jury
gonna have all the
will
they're
see
gonna
Yeah,
yeah,
we're
photos
flying
yeah,
by
of
our butt
things.
exactly.
here.
Right.
Yeah.
God, James, I'm so
they,
glad you're here. Thank you.
Just
Yeah,
just
that
think if
jury's
we
Lord,
gonna see
had
photos that
these women.
whether they have evidence or not, when they show those photos of those children,
Exactly.
right.
that
Yeah.
yeah.
heartstring on that jury, like if we saw
Especially
that,
the women.
yeah,
Yeah.
if we
Yeah.
saw that,
Parent.
like
Yeah.
Maybe. I
we'd
don't
be
know about
all
that.
on point right now. We'd be like, I don't give a damn where the knife is or none of that. I don't care if
He's
it's at
Mhm.
guilty.
this
It's just
river,
how
this
guys think.
mountain,
I'm just
send
trying
us
to
to
tell
the
you.
electric
Listen to
chair.
the guys.
Well,
It-
I also think very logically, even though I'm a woman,
I
and
mean,
I can
but I
tell
mean, at the same
you,
time, if a woman was the murderer, I would definitely be like sitting here like this, listening to y'all, like opinion. I mean, it's just a guy. This is just like some of the things, some of the girls I hear, on true crime. I'm gonna get banned probably for saying anything, but it's just sometimes I hear things. I'm just like, there's no way. Like that's not how I just don't see any guy, even a
Yeah,
psycho, doing some of
it's
the
more
things that I hear
logical
some of these
for
women.
us.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
more
not saying y'all
logical for
are
me.
the women I'm talking
It's
about.
more logical for you being a man.
No, I'm just saying,
No, I'm just saying in the
No,
chat.
that's what James just said.
No, I'm
oh,
saying in the chat, it's more logical for us to think, like, no, he got rid of that thing,
yes,
because
she
yeah,
did.
we're
But
thinking,
he's not that smart.
I don't.
true.
I
But I
would
think
not be
I
I
think
surprised.
he is.
I
yeah, I
think it
think it's
was
you. But
panic.
but I also think
yeah, panic
it's a very
trumps intelligence. So
mhm,
It
once,
but it's
does.
it's also I think a very like emotional like womanly notion to think that a murderer would want to like covet and like idolize and like the murder weapon.
No,
Like
it has
that's not
nothing to
something I
do.
don't. You know what I
It
mean? I
has
just don't think
nothing
that's
to do with, no, it has nothing to do with my sex. It has to do with the fact of serial killer, S's after S's after S's, right? Have done this same thing where they have kept the weapon because that was what they used to visualize what they did. And he didn't know he was going to get caught.
Right.
You're
But
just
he did
assuming
know
he
that
thinks
he
he's
left
going to
that
get
sheath
caught.
there.
He didn't think we know he was going to get caught, but he didn't think he was going to get caught.
right. Well,
So
but
if
also
he
too,
didn't think he
lady,
wasn't going to get
Beam.
caught, why not? If
Yeah,
he
but
didn't
he
think
did
he was
know
going to get
probably. He probably didn't know that the odds of a killer keeping the weapon around is going to be very risky. It's going to be a risky move.
well, him
I
doing what he
honestly,
did was very risky with the phone and the car and everything.
True.
And he
If
went
he
back
didn't
to the
know,
scene. He went
Absolutely.
back
I'm
to
not.
the
I'm not
scene of the
disagreeing with you.
crime.
hold on just a
and
second.
Abort. Yeah.
Just a
okay,
second.
so
All right, guys.
If he thinks he's the smartest person in the room, okay, if he thinks he can outsmart Ellie, then it would be logical for me to think that he would think it would be fine to stash that weapon and take it all the way to his home in Pennsylvania and hide it there.
I would agree if he did not lose that
leave the
sheath.
sheath. That's
If
exactly
if
what I've
he
been
didn't
trying to
leave
say.
that, I would agree 100%.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, it's kind of like they say when the arsonist comes back to look at the house burning. You know, I think that's what he was doing in a
I do
sense.
too.
But the panic
Yeah.
of that sheath
Yep.
set in. I mean,
Okay, James,
everything
hold on
he
a
did
second.
after that was just strange. There's no other strange things
That's
after that. You
That's
know,
assuming that he even realized he left the sheath there. He might not even have
True.
realized he left it there.
That's true.
well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, he could have thought he dropped it
if
on the
you're
way to the
running
car or
around
something
with a
like
big
that.
open blade knife, based off of based off of Papa Rogers,
He could be a
when
turtle in a
when they
dream
were
in outer
arguing
space.
about the sheath, and the guy asked him why carry a sheath, and he was like, why walk around with a big knife and possibly hurt yourself? So, you know, especially if the thing was on his belt and he goes to put this knife up
That
and
would be the only
it's
thing
and
not
I
he
would
there.
agree with
realizes
you.
that it's not there, he may have known on that ride that I lost this thing.
Yeah, he's like, I fucked up.
And
Oh, see, I
you know
went
how
there
we were
before
saying
then.
earlier in the case, we were like, this dude's probably somewhere shitting bricks, you know?
Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly what he's been doing.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
You
is.
notice
Yeah.
that normally, I absolutely agree, Lady V, normally. But the thing is that sheath.
Yes.
And that he couldn't find it. He panicked and he needed to get rid of that knife. Normally,
Even more so than
normally he probably would have kept it as a
Yes.
memento, as a
If he didn't
trophy.
leave,
But
that's what I believe. If he didn't leave that thing there or it get knocked off in the melee or whatever, that knife would be with him wherever he was, even at home, you know? But
yeah,
just that fact of the most damning clue with the
Uh-huh.
most damning evidence,
That would
and
be
it's
the
just
only
my
reason.
opinion. It's
That
just
would
my
be the only
opinion.
reason I would agree with you is because of that sheath.
Yes.
But we don't know if he took it off his belt to carry it around while he was hurting
That's
people.
right.
But we don't also know that he thinks, well, it's a brand new sheath. I haven't touched it with my hands and didn't realize that he had left a little bit of DNA on just that snap part, and him take it off his belt and lay it there on purpose, thinking it's going to be a red herring then too.
I don't think he's that smart. I mean, I
Well,
don't think that's,
I don't
or
think
it's,
he is. He thinks he is.
Oh yeah, he thinks he's smarter than
well,
everybody.
I think he thinks he's smart, but he realized that he made critical mistakes.
I don't think that the point for him was the knife. The point for him is the thesis that he was going to write after killing these people and getting away with it.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah, I
But
agree. That's
I
why
agree
the only
with
what
all
reason
of
I
what
y'all.
is
agree
the
with
I agree
one
you
with
that
everybody.
way.
what is the one thing that would cause him to think or panic that okay, there's a chance I may have messed up?
The knife. I totally agree with you. I'm saying the sheath is the only reason
No,
I'm skeptical.
no, I think that he panicked when he figured out that nobody was calling the police. And that's why he went back at 9. He was looking at the emergency bands. Anybody can buy one of those radios. And
Mm-hmm.
nothing. And nothing and nothing for hours. And
But he was only there for 9 minutes.
yes, but he saw somebody and somebody saw him.
Mm.
Yeah, but okay,
And
but
that
the thing,
somebody didn't call anybody and was 9 o'clock and he said, what the heck? I'm going back to see what's going on.
But
but
And
let
you
me
think that caused him to panic, you said?
but the LE was there when they took a picture of that white car driving around that area that morning.
I think
At
that was
9?
the media that got that.
But
I
nobody
thought I
knew
saw it
until
No,
12.
couldn't be the media because they weren't even called till
Oh,
11 something the next day.
you're talking about that weird video that looks like it
Yeah,
was a cell phone footage or something.
right.
You believe that was Ellie?
I don't know what I believe. I'm just saying, whenever they took that video, it seemed like there was LE standing there in the video as that car was driving around the corner.
But Ellie didn't have
But
any.
at that time, he was at Albertsons on film because
Wait,
Ellie
no,
got called and they said they arrived within 5 minutes from the
but
call at 11:58.
I'm talking about when he went back. So that car was not
Oh,
his,
she's
period.
talking
Yeah,
about
that
at
was
9
9 in the
something.
morning. Nobody had called. Nobody knew
Yeah, that
nothing
was
had
Wait a minute.
9.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm not sure we're talking about the same thing. Whenever they took a picture that of the car that was behind their house, and you can barely see it behind the house, and it comes around and goes around the corner and comes along the side of the house. That was during the day, and everybody has assumed it's his car. So if that is the video that we're discussing, I believe there was LE right there in the picture somewhere. No matter who's taken the video of it, it was taken. And everybody's assuming that was his car. So either that wasn't his car and he was already at Albertsons, or he was going back to the scene of the crime. That's what everybody keeps saying. Why did he go back?
Well, Ellie said
And
that
and that's
he
when
only
the
pinged at
that
9 in the morning, and
right, but
he was documented on video an hour away.
at the
So
same time,
from they said from 9 in the morning, he never pinged there again, and he's documented until 8 o'clock, as far as 2 hours away. So
yeah,
I
I
wouldn't
get that,
believe
Jim.
that
I'm
that
not.
was him.
You're misunderstanding me. I'm not arguing that fact. What I'm saying is that particular video that they took, is that the same time you're talking about that his phone was not pinging, but the car was seen there that next morning? No, wait. Is that video when people are saying he went back to the scene? That's what I want to know.
No.
That video is
I
after
only
it's after the murders. And he never pinged back over there after the murders.
Until when did he go back to the scene of the crime then?
That
at
was 9 a.m.
9
on the
o'clock in
9
the
15th.
morning.
a.m. for 9 minutes.
9
Yeah.
a.m.?
Yeah, he left his house at 9 o'clock. He pinged in the area and was back at his house by 9:30
Sure.
that
Okay.
morning.
What I'm asking is that when that video was taken during that time?
No, because Ellie
No.
didn't know that something
Ellie
happened.
didn't know until noon. If you saw Ellie in the back, I doubt that
Okay.
was his
Okay. Yeah.
vehicle.
Right. I understand. That's why I wasn't arguing. I was asking a
Oh no,
question.
I'm not arguing with you. I was just trying to
We're trying
understand.
to explain it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I was just trying to figure
Okay,
out
somebody's
when
breaking up. I
exactly
can't
that
tell who it
video
is
was
though.
taken.
I'm coughing. It could be me.
I
I
was
have a quick
muted,
question.
so it wasn't me.
All
Okay,
right.
now
It's
everybody sounds like they're
15
breaking
till
up.
3.
Well,
I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to
real
let
quick,
y'all.
James.
I'm
Hey,
gonna go
James, real
back to
quick.
chat
Hey,
because
James,
Are they
James,
breaking up for everybody else?
real quick, James. I got a quick question. I want to hear what you think. Is one of the biggest things that the law enforcement wants for a conviction is to find the murder weapon, right?
I mean, I think that would be the nail in the coffin.
Other
But
than
I believe that they have enough of stuff that we don't know. Like
but the things that they want is first and foremost the body.
oh yeah.
If
Oh
there's
yeah.
no body, there's no you can't.
Oh yeah. Murder
So, but
weapon
they
for
have the
sure.
body. The next thing on the list would be the murder weapon.
Yes.
And then the
And
next
then
thing
the
would be their
next
murder,
is
the clothes that they were wearing while they did the
placing at
murder.
the scene of the crime.
I would
Right.
say
So I'm
victim,
sure, as
suspect,
a
murder
criminology
weapon.
student, I'm sure he would be well aware of how much of a risk he's taking to, I would be surprised if they have the murder weapon.
James, you're not going back to chat because of me, are you?
Oh no,
No,
I'm
I'm
not
getting
trying to
tired.
be I'm not trying to wake up at 3
Yeah,
p.m.
me too.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
lady, you're great.
Oh no, I love
No
you,
one,
Lady
no
B.
one's,
Don't worry.
no one's running away from you, lady.
Oh
Oh,
yeah, no,
You're
thank
not
you.
at
fine. You're
all.
totally fine.
I just don't want to wake up at 3 p.m. and be like, what the hell?
Yeah, me
Well,
too.
yeah, no, I
I
understand. I
think.
just wanted to make sure that I
Oh
didn't
no,
Who is
not
get
at
Scarlet
all.
dropped
leaving?
in
I
anyway.
enjoy
Oh no,
every
Scarlet got kicked.
panelist. I
Yeah,
enjoy
Scarlett's
No.
not
all the
here.
speculation. I enjoy all of y'all's opinions.
Yeah, I
So
You
love
do
know,
everybody
I,
that love
very
chat.
much.
we're just all trying to figure out
Scarlett,
what
did you?
happened.
Okay, so I'm gonna wait for Scarlett to come back before I log off.
Is she gone?
No,
She dropped
she
off.
dropped, but she's coming back.
Oh, okay.
I'll wait
I
and
just
make sure
I
she
was just
is
trying to
able to
figure.
sign off.
I was just I was just trying to figure out when that video was taken, but I'm it's aggravating because I'm sitting here saying there was Ellie on there, and you're right, Ellie wasn't called yet. So I'm thinking, well, now I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
No, it's okay.
No,
There's
I
Can
so
you,
mean,
much
you're
to
not
this
an
case
idiot,
to
you know.
remember, though. It's
can y'all hear
crazy.
me?
Yeah, I
Yes.
can hear you,
Yeah.
Scarlett.
Okay, good, because I got kicked. So I just wanted to make sure. I'm gonna have to probably end it here.
Okay, yeah. Sounds good, guys. I've enjoyed it, and lady,
Me too.
I've enjoyed talking, and Krista, James, Ray, everybody.
Oh
It's
yeah.
been
Hey, I
Very
fun.
love the
much.
discussion.
Oh,
Well, I
I
got
love
to
it.
talk a
Everybody's
little
view.
bit.
I know,
It's
Krista. Next
because
time we're gonna make you talk.
all of
I
us
was trying.
together
I'm sorry,
brings more
Krista.
pieces to the
I'll take the
puzzle, you
blame.
know.
I agree, James. I'm going to drop off. I love y'all and have
All
a
right, guys.
Hear me
blessed,
now?
safe
Love.
day.
Yeah, I
Hey,
hear you,
you do
Scarlett.
the same.
Okay, I
Bye
keep
bye.
getting kicked, so I'm probably gonna have
Okay,
to go
okay,
ahead
but
and end it
all right,
because
guys.
it keeps kicking me out for some reason.
Sounds good.
All right,
Okay,
thank you,
well, good
Scarlett, for
night.
having me up here.
Oh,
I'll
you're
see
welcome.
y'all next live.
Okay,
You all
thank
have
you.
a good evening. Sweet dreams.
All right,
You
y'all
too,
too.
Ray, Krista, Scarlett, Lady V, Guapo. I'm out.
All right, y'all have a good night. Thank
All
you all
right.
for coming up. I don't know what's
Well,
up with my internet. It's literally kicked me out twice within less than like 2 minutes. So I'm gonna have to go ahead and end it here before it kicks me
Brian
again and I can't get
Crazy
back in.
is we don't have too many facts. That's why we speculate.
All right, y'all.
Okay,
Okay,
well,
so I'm
I'm dropping
fixing.
off. Good night.
Okay, thank you for coming up.
Thank you for letting me come out.
All right, you're welcome. All right, y'all. So I'm fixing to end it here. Thank you all so much for coming and hanging out with me. I'm sorry I keep getting kicked for some reason, but I'm gonna go ahead and end it before it kicks me and I can't get back in. So I love you all. Have a good night, and I will see y'all tomorrow.